Okay, we are live. Welcome, night two, day two of the NFL draft. Round one was unbelievable. 14 offensive players go right away, then 14 players that are dynasty, fantasy football relevant, unless you're playing some crazy offensive line or IDP type format. Unbelievable night one. Night two, hopefully, is just as jam packed, just as incredible. Should be so much fun. Anybody and everybody who joins, you're a real one. Let's have some fun tonight. Okay, so we have a lot of receivers I think are going to go beginning of tonight. You look at excuse me. You look at the Bills. Obviously, they're trade back a couple times. The Bills, the Patriots, the Cardinals, the Commanders, then the Chargers, then the Titans. I mean, you're looking at a scenario where I could see five out of the first six picks receivers. I really could. The Cardinals, they got their guy at the top of round one, but then it really is, hey, DB, how we doing? How we doing? You gotta love Drake May. I know we were talking Jane Daniels. I thought something funny might have been going on with the odds, but it looked like it always was Jaden Daniels for number two. But you gotta love Drake May. I think if you're a Patriots fan, you need to love Drake May. He is a guy that is as close as the projectability as you want to get to a Herbert, a Josh Allen. He's the guy that's next in line, the next closest thing. You got to, of course, develop him. A lot has to be done to get to that point, but really love the Patriots' future. I'm really interested to see who they go at the top of round two. But not a May guy. Yeah, I think that's been made clear in our discussions over the last couple weeks. But yeah, at this point, all you can do is get behind him. All you can do is get behind him. So should be quite a draft for the Patriots. Should be quite a draft. I don't know if we're gonna see a bunch of trades early. The second round you normally do just generally once you get out of the first round, but the Bills already a couple times trading. There's always given 24 hours, teams can mull over any and every scenario. So it should be really interesting. Should be really interesting. Day two of the draft. Obviously, what it means for us in a fantasy sense. Drake May getting his potential receiver one. That would be really intriguing to me in superflex drafts. I know people are going to not be able to get over just the fact that, oh, this team that's historically bad or leaves a sour taste in your mouth, not the most fantasy relevant. It's a clean house. It's a clean house. And DB, I know you obviously have some bias, but I really like the sneaky Patriots being almost like, in a way, the Texans of last year, at least as an upstart, just people think are going to be not that great, not good whatsoever, or at least even in a quarterback sense. Should be really interesting what exactly happens with these teams that picked at the top of the draft and how they have success or don't in 2024. You want either Coleman or AD. That I get. That I get. Those guys both have, I think, as good a shot as any of the remaining receivers to be a number one type guy. I think for me, look, I know Mitchell. Look, Mitchell's the guy that's more consensus top right here, but Keon Coleman to me would be really interesting. Either would be awesome. Either would be really good. Really good additions. So, and then you think if they go early, if they go really early, then we're looking at likely Lad McConkey. And then you've got everyone's favorite Troy Franklin. Where do they go? There's so many. It's just going to be tough to keep track, keep in mind of how many receivers we've got. When does the first running back go? So that's running back and their relevancy in this class. I mean, you've already got a whole round one worth of prospects from just yesterday, and you've got the first couple of picks of a round two, arguably. Could some players, some receivers change that? Of course, at the end of your first round, depending on these receivers, depending on if the Chargers get one, if the Bills get one right here. So it should be really cool. But how we make sense of it, your guess is as good as mine as we react to this live. It's going to be raw reaction. And in a way, that's the best to get real, authentic. Okay. This happened. How does it affect this player? That didn't happen. Trades. Speaking of, we're talking about the draft. Speaking of players that are prospects that are going to get picked, do we see some crazy trades? I don't. That's another awesome thing that could happen. San Francisco really holding the cards as well as Cincinnati. So okay, Goodell. I guess this is a little bit of a formality. It takes some time. Goodell walks up, says, "Welcome to night two. The Buffalo Bills are on the clock." Although what is good about this night, you are going to see picks start to fly off at some point. Quick, quick, quick. And then NFL has to go to commercial and you're seeing picks there. So it's going to be fun, at least the tempo. The tempo, the time, for the amount of time similar to night one, you get three times, pretty almost two and a half, three times that in terms of tempo, which is really nice. Reaction kind of have to be short and sweet then, but going to be a hell of a night too, though, for fantasy relevancy. Receivers, man, if we've got some 60, 75 odd picks, I think you're looking at double digit. We had 7 through 32. I think you got to project it to be double that. I think possibly 12 to 14 additional today. It's totally possible. And it's interesting how chalk it was in some sense last night, especially at the top. But then a little bit of a hiatus for the receivers after the top three. The Brock Bowers landing spot, really interesting. Let me know what you guys watching or on replay in the comments. Look, what do you think of the landing spots for the pass catchers? Any you can top three receivers, Brock Bowers, those next three, four receivers in round one. Some really interesting stuff. Some what we expected, of course, with the Cardinals and then the Bears, I think, as well, and the Giants even. So similarly with Drake May and the discussion we've been having, how you can't just discount the player based on the spot. For me, it's Malik Neighbors. He's that effectively in that wide receiver trio. Although some might say the Bears, I just look at Dynasty as a game of look, we're not playing redraft. We're not just playing the first year or two. We're looking at guys that we think are going to be mainstays, have the upside, the potential to be, well, the wide receiver one long term of who we think could very well be the quarterback one in a few years from now in Caleb Williams. So really, really good for fantasy. That's my take on the Bears. And for the Giants, opportunity. That's what Malik Neighbors has, opportunity. And I think a trajectory really similar to a Garrett Wilson is quite possible in that's my expectation almost. 1,000 yards, give or take. And the talent is clear. It retains its value. And you pick a guy in your top five of your rookie drafts who at least holds his weight. You can't really ask for much more. Okay. So we got Michigan. We got the Michigan national champions going up on stage to celebrate there, holding the trophy. I guess I'm such a casual. I can't even really tell who's holding the trophy. Maybe it's just my eyesight. Talk about allergy season. Holy. If anybody's battling pollen out there, I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you. But okay. They're going to kick off. Who's going to, is it, I wonder if Blake Corum is there. Is Blake Corum? He's going to be like, oh, I have a trade to announce. The Chargers are picking me. That would be something. That would be something else. Blake Corum or Mike Sainristil. Couple guys on Michigan. Junior Colson be like, yo, well, what's up, Detroit? The Chargers are head coach now from Michigan. He's trading up to get me. Or look, imagine the Lions pull up another trade. That was awesome for them. I think getting Terrion Arnold there with their pick last night. A little bit of a trade up after my Eagles. Look, we were able to sit still and take Quinyon Mitchell. Unbelievable. Just the offensive talent in this draft. It created a cascade that I don't even think anyone even predicted in the or foresaw in a mock draft scenario. Like it was just 14 in a row. Boom, boom, boom. Then there was still a bunch of offensive tackles. So Bills on the clock officially here. I DB talked about it in the chat. Look, 80 Keon here, one by one. For Buffalo and New England, I would love to see that for fantasy. I think that would be really intriguing and guys that have an actual chance to be the primary option in that offense. Not saying they're going to be off the bat, but really, really interesting. So, are the Bills going to trade it, or are they going to pick a guy that they would have well known who's going to be possibly who would be available after the end of the last night? So, really interesting. And unlike last year's class, at least I don't think you're not really going to see potential trade up, or at least where the Bills are for a quarterback at this point. So, no Will Levis. You saw all the six go in the top 12, which is unbelievable. So, okay. First name off DJ on this broadcast. He said AD Mitchell. So, the consensus kind of best available. Who exactly might it be? Imagine they pick Jonathan Brooks. Bills going RB here. That would be unbelievable. That would be something else here. That would be something else. So, Washington. Okay, I didn't even realize Washington does have all both of those top picks in this round because of the Montez Sweat trade. That's right. Houston, I know CJ Stroud was kind of punching air on that broadcast last night when he saw Ricky Pearsall get drafted. He's like, man, they got to go player. Which that would be interesting if the Texans do address another receiver here, like Tank Dell esque draft capital, a guy in the top 100, give or take, only adding to that room. Weapons. People are going to be like, how much help does CJ Stroud need? I don't think he needs as much as you think because look at what he did last year as a rookie. It's going to be dangerous. It's going to be something else for the Texans, I think. Does Atlanta return to Atlanta fashion and get a skill position? Okay, what's Rap Sheet saying? 33. Significant trade interest. Rap Sheet did say, he did foreshadow a lot of action early. He did say that in a tweet. So that'll be interesting. That'll be really interesting. Very, very interesting. Let me check. Let me check the Twitter sphere. Anything crazy? Anything wild going on here? All right. Let's just go by NFL draft. See what's going on. Okay. DJ talking about someone trade up for Johnny Newton in a trade up scenario. That makes sense. It's interesting trying to look at this draft in a non fantasy sense because all it is, you look at it through the lens of, oh my God, who's the next receiver? Who's the next quarterback? Who's the next running back? And then you lose sight of defensive players unless you do play IDP, which shout out to you. That is something else. I cannot even imagine playing IDP, but it's got to be. I know it's got to be fun. It's already tough trying to keep track of Superflex, half PPR, tight end premium, start 11, start 10, start 12. Already complicated enough. Who will the Bills pick? The pick is in for the Buffalo Bills. The pick is in. Let's see. The pick is in. Three people involved in this decision. Yep. Third person. Yeah, talking about Josh Allen. You figure Josh Allen, similar to Mahomes' footprint on the last several Chiefs picks, it feels like, at receiver at the start of the draft. Who does Josh Allen want? Did he want Xavier Worthy? And was he upset that they traded back and gave the Chiefs the chance to pick Worthy? That would be interesting. Although I think Josh Allen, look, Keon Coleman's the one guy that, or at least in the 40, which if you were watching the draft stream, look, the guy ran the fastest gauntlet. But so in terms of pure deep speed, deep threat, you've got Adonai Mitchell with his 4.34 40. I mean, he really could be the guy here. That would be awesome. It really would be. You're talking then firmly in that first round top 12 conversation for your rookie drafts. That was how it was in latest my final pre-draft mock. It was albeit though at pick 28, so not with the trade backs necessarily. Come on, Roger. Come on. Let's make the pick here. Let's make the pick, buddy. We all want to boo you. Physical receiver. All right, talking about physical. Charles Davis, is he leaking there? He's just saying physical receiver. Physical receiver. I think Keon Coleman's more of that as that basketball background. Is it maybe a shock? Is it a Lad McConkey? Shock the world. Let's see. Charles Davis really emphasized physical. Really talking about physical there. All right. Bills Mafia. Who is Bills Mafia going to select? NFL Draft. The Buffalo Bills select Keon Coleman. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Huge Keon Coleman guy. Have been on this channel. Love this. Love this. Love this. Love this for Keon Coleman. Huge stock up for Keon Coleman. Let's go. Let's go. Could emerge as the alpha for Josh Allen. What more do you want? Let's just kick off the receiver run. Let's get the receiver run going and flowing. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. See an NFL draft sharing the screen here. I wonder if the NFL draft that tracker's gonna update or not. Trade the Chargers are on the clock ahead of New England. Oh my god. Oh no, into New England spot. Into New England spot. Okay. So I guess is it offensive line again? Because the Cardinals, unless it's to get over Washington, that's probably what it is. It's gotta be what it is. Has to be. Has to be. Let's see. Keon Coleman on the clock. The LA Chargers. What are we going to see? Okay. Coleman, wide receiver one for Josh Allen. I mean, come on. Come on. If it's the Chargers here again, wide receiver one, the top of the second, does it really mean much that we're talking 1, 2, 3, 4 picks after your Legettes, after your Pearsalls? Just some food for thought there. Really, really interesting. What's the trade? What's the trade compensation here? I'm seeing the trade compensation. Okay. Three picks to move up. Really 27 spots at the beginning of day 3 is the value there. So, okay. Pick is in. Pick is in. Does Harbaugh pick Roman Wilson here? Does he pick Roman Wilson? That his Michigan guy. Is he the first Michigan man? Love that for if DB's here though. Dabod, look, MA football guy. For your MA, your Patriots. Love getting some more draft capital or at least higher end draft capital in this draft to potentially get just higher end pass protectors for Josh Allen, potentially a better pass weapon as a catching. Beautiful English enunciation there. Some word soup. Come on, go up to the podium, Roger. Let's see who it's going to be. Let's see this. Let's see what we've got. Jackson Powers Johnson. That's who Darren. Okay, DJ. They're talking about interior help here. Talking about interior help. That makes a lot of sense then getting above Arizona for that since they got Marv round 1. so they're not really in receiver. Charles Davis talking about Johnny Newton. That would be also another really good option for them. Receiver, Blake Corum. He's talking about, yeah. Is it a Michigan guy? Is it a Michigan? All right. Rolf Benershka. Okay, who are the Chargers going to get here? We have a trade. We do know that. We have a trade. The 34th pick to the Chargers with that 33rd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft. Lad McConkey. What a pick. What a pick. What a pick. That's awesome. Not the physical threat, but you already really have the more physical body in your Josh Palmer in that offense. Oh man, Lad McConkey stock up. Here we go. So already, you are going to have, you've got through your 204 covered, through 204 covered now with 16 skill players that are unbelievable for fantasy relevance. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Unreal. Unreal. What more do you want? What more do you want? You can't ask for much more. You just can't. It's crazy. This is crazy. It's crazy. Unbelievable. Unreal. These guys, yeah, you arguably interchange them, you swap them in terms of in your dynasty drafts. These top of the second with the guys that went end of this first with Pearsall and Leggett. Totally get that. Totally understand that preference. This is just incredible. Incredible for your fantasy rosters. Unbelievable. Unreal. Lad McConkey, love it, man. Love seeing him go high. So it is interesting. The Patriots, people maybe think of the classic white receiver, Wes Welker. That's, Julian Edelman, Braxton Berrios of the world at one point or another. Chris Hogan. I think Lad McConkey is better than those guys, all of them. Not look, Julian Edelman had an awesome career, but I think Lad McConkey could be a more dynamic player. And I really think he could. And then we have another trade. The Falcons are on the clock. Are the Falcons going to go receiver out of the Commanders? Or it is the Commanders pick again. Let's see. Another receiver run. I think this is the beginning, guys. This is the not the end of the beginning. This is the beginning of the beginning of the beginning of the beginning. Talk about your TikTok audio if you know, you know. Okay. Who do we got going? The Falcons trading with the Cardinals. So Falcons, it goes your Falcons and then Commanders and then New England. I think they're taking Adonai Mitchell here. I think they're taking Adonai Mitchell. Texas jersey, the Texas Bijan Robinson jersey there at 5. I think Terry Fontenot told maybe that's his son, Terry Fontenot, or somebody told him we want to pick another Texas guy. That could very well be the case. It could happen. Another trade. Wow. So they get 80, they get like a 90 pick boost to go back. Look, 8 picks in the second, which is considerable. But that's wow. That just shows you the talent. That just shows you the talent at these positions. Man. So is it interior? Okay, a rap sheet saying defensive line. Okay, defensive line over the Commanders. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense with their trade. We just talked about it earlier. Getting away, parting with a Montez Sweat, although they have that early second. So we'll see. We'll see. Who so who's the next receiver? Is it going to be Adonai to New England? That would be awesome. I really love that for Drake May. Really, really love that and hope that's the case. Otherwise, you've got Roman Wilson. You've got Malachi Corley. I think could be a young quarterback's best friend. Malachi Corley makes a lot happen with little. as an after the catch guy. Okay. DJ talking about on the broadcast, there's a feeling there's 50 universally accepted players in terms of a top 50 big board, roughly give or take. I'm just hoping somebody's on the board for my Eagles, which I think there absolutely will be given the receiver runs here. And there's plenty of depth. Troy Franklin. Haven't mentioned Troy Franklin. I know he's a dynasty darling. A lot of people love Troy Franklin. So Troy Franklin, where does he go? Is he the Patriots pick there? If Adonai's there, I just don't see how you pass him up though for the Patriots. I just don't see it. I really hope it's the case. With the Commanders, with Jane Daniels now. Look, one of my recent videos, Terry McLaurin, he's big time stock up with T Mac there. Does he get a compliment to already? Look, you've got Dotson there. Dotson, that's crazy to think he was a 16th overall pick only a few short years back. So is he going to be really put out of possible irrelevance, or is it more relevance because of just Jaden Daniels? But it might be wide receiver too. I think could be possible with the Commanders. So we'll see. We will see. Who do we got? Who's announcing this pick? Let's see. Andre Rison, I think. All the football fans across America have traded the pick to the Atlanta Falcons. Falcons select. Tough pronunciation. Ruke Oro. What a name. First over Johnny Newton. Wow. Over Johnny Newton is crazy. That is crazy. I could see my Eagles, honestly, somehow picking up Johnny Newton. That would be crazy. Wow. Wild scenes. Talking about a really good athlete. DJ saying raw player. When you watch him play, jumps off the screen. Highlights look good on draft night, don't they all, for all of our picks on our favorite teams? Love the highlight reels. This guy, you're looking at a guy that could pan out to be player X in the best case scenario. That's what this draft is, right? It's peak hopium. Talk about hopium in a fantasy football context, in a dynasty context. That drives a lot of the offseason for good or bad, for right or wrong. Love it or hate it. With the Commanders here, I think, look, Johnny Newton would be awesome for them, or an edge. Is there real Darius Robinson? Darius Robinson, I believe. Although, no, he did go in the first round. No, he didn't. Who? No, he did. I know it's not Chop Rob. I know obviously you're Chop Robinson. Are we talking maybe Braden Fisk? He would be interesting. Yeah, Darius. Okay, yeah. He went. I don't know why NFL Network DE. That's a weird. Yeah. Okay. He did go. So maybe they go Austin Booker. That's a little bit too high. Maybe Adisa Isaac. Yeah. So I think it's interesting who they potentially go here. Defensive tackle, though. I mean, there is a couple really good ones. Ruke Oro, though. Not saying it, not hating as a South Carolina fan, but that is interesting. That is a significantly high pick. Early second for him. Is he a reach or will he develop? What do you guys think? I think, I'll tell you what, the Patriots, Titans, Carolina, does Carolina double dip? Do they double dip? Maybe get a tight end? Ben Sinnott? I've seen Sinnott drafted mocked there for a couple times. That would be an interesting conundrum for tight end too. When look, Jatavian Sanders for a long time, he was thought to be the tight end too. And then you go through this process, you're looking at Ben Sinnott, You're looking at Cade Stover. Guys really giving Jatavian Sanders, who looked like he had a lock for tight end too, fringe round one draft capital, really speaks to just the nature of the draft process and the risers and fallers, everything in between. So who do we have going to the Washington Commanders? Of course, we're in our first commercial break here. The pick is in. I hope the commercials. It's NFL Draft Day too, and the commercials are going to be just thrown in there randomly. Okay, here we go. We're back. Who will the Washington Commanders pick? Cooper DeJean, man. It's Cooper DeJean, Johnny Newton, Kool-Aid, Rakestraw, Fisk. There's a lot of talented players still, a lot of talented players on the board for the Commanders here. I think, look, if they go receiver here, I wouldn't really put them past any of the receivers I think that have already been taken. That feels like the initial gut reaction. I think, look, the 49ers, the offense there, I mean, I think Pearsall, one way or another, is going to find himself as the number two receiver there. I think here, in theory, it would be number two receiver for Jaden Daniels behind Terry McLaurin. And I think, look, maybe it's my bias as a South Carolina fan, but I think Leggett, he is totally different from a Deontay Johnson, first and foremost. And you're thinking about Deontay Johnson, the guy that struggled for some reason or another, unlucky, almost a Julio, like can't catch touchdowns, just doesn't get touchdowns for some reason. Like I could see him emerging as a 1B at least. Terry McLaurin, I think he's just been one of the more underrated, overlooked players in the fantasy landscape. Goodell back out there. What do we got, Roger? With the 36 pick, true legend of the Washington franchise to make Washington's selection tonight. Who is this? Who's making the Commander's pick? Proud to announce. Okay, Daryl Green. Daryl Green. Okay. That's cool. They got towels. Many Jersey towels there. Okay. Okay. How many of these are we going to have, Roger? How many of some preambles before the picks are made tonight? The cool ones when they go global. The global picks are cool, although that's global, NFL global, or on Air Force bases or somewhere around the world, some landmark or whatever. Those are more day three. I feel like you never really see them too early on day two. Although we just saw my birds look for NFL Down Under or global Australia. You had Jordan Mailata pick. He announced the pick on a beach of Quinella Mitchell, so that's pretty cool. What are we putting on a jersey? Okay. It's going to be a running back. A CB announces an RB. That would be something. Hold on, hold on. Thanking Detroit. Class move there. Class move. Fun week. Yes, it is. Fun week, draft week. Arguably the best week of the year. Unbelievable for fantasy managers. Who is going to be the face of our teams in real life and then our dynasty rosters. It's a good year to have picks. I'll just tell you that. If it hasn't been clear enough, it is a great year to have some draft picks. Okay. They got Jaden last night. Who are they picking today? Okay. Okay, man. We get it. We get it. We get it. The Washington Commanders select. All right, Drazon Newton, Johnny Newton there. Okay. Don't love that as a division rival. Not loving that. Not loving that. But we got to deal with it. Okay. Yep. That's really good pick. Really, really good pick. Talking about took over games. Hopefully that game is not taken over against my Philadelphia Eagles. The Patriots here, I think, traded back beautifully. They've got a chance here to get Adonai Mitchell, man. Come on. Let's make it happen. Let's make it happen. Make some beautiful music with Drake May there in that offense. Get it humming. Or do they go maybe a tight end? Either way, I think you gotta help. You gotta address Drake May. Or do they go a Jackson Powers Johnson offensive line? Who is it gonna be? Who we gonna see? Okay. All right. I don't know why this isn't really refreshing. It's being weird. Day two presented. Stream day two. Well, I would love to actually see the day two picks if you would be so nice. But maybe that's just not allowed. Not allowed. Pardon the interruption, guys. Who will the Patriots pick? Who will they pick? While we hope the NFL draft tracker wants to be kind to us, I guess not so kind. But we'll do. Let's see. The New England Patriots select Jalen Polk. Jalen Polk, let's go. Look, I love Jalen Polk. I really like him. Really like me some Jalen Polk. Number one weapon for Drake May now. Just a solid player who I think is gonna, if he's not this bona fide stud number one, he's such a solid number two guy. I think he's just gonna be a steady presence. He's not the most explosive. He's not gonna dominate or blow you away, but I jump ball, they've got on the board, jump ball winner. I think that's great. That's great for a rookie quarterback like a Drake May, who people have concerns about. They say the accuracy, they say the footwork. Jalen Polk, love this for the Patriots. Love this pick. And as a person that has Jalen Polk in a campus to Canton league, I also love this. Okay. Talking about DJ saying ran faster than people anticipated. Yep. Okay. All right, Jalen Polk. Where does Adonai Mitchell go? Is he going to actually the worst nightmare for fantasy managers? Does he go to the Philadelphia Eagles at pick 50? I think people would be set into a bit of a tailspin there. Oh man, 37. 10 for 37. More than 1 out of 4 picks. More frequent than that. Jesus. It's incredible. It's incredible. Look, I would talk about crazy draft strategy. I would love my Philadelphia Eagles draft Cooper DeJean, trade up, go double dip at DB, figure it out. You got returners. You've got a guy that can be inside, outside, a safety for it. I mean, let's go crazy. Let's go crazy with some defensive backs. I want to see it. If the value's there, the value's there. So let me know what you guys think of these receivers so far. I think Jalen Polk, I would position him right in that conversation. I would, if anything, I think above Pearsall, Leggett. I think he's right. He's right there with those guys, still in that same tier for me, at least as the raw reaction. I think it's going to be tough to differentiate the receivers. It really is. The guys that went at the top of this, though, with Coleman and McConkey, I think they're really in a tier with, well, Xavier Worthy, Brian Thomas. That's really shaking up well. Really shaking up well for your rookie drafts. And my God, we're gonna have I think the top 50 trend is not gonna change anytime soon. Do the Titans buck the trend, or do they continue in order here, getting possibly Adonai Mitchell? Interesting. Mitchell to the Titans, possibly? If he's there for the Panthers, I mean, honestly, screw it. You had the swing and a miss, it looks like, with Mingo, right? You've had some pains of the past too with like a Terrace Marshall. Just go double dip. Screw it. Why not, Carolina? Why not? Why not? I think the Commanders are very poised or positioned at least to pick one coming up in a couple picks. It's wide receiver mania here, and we're gonna make as best sense as we can in the moment in the raw reaction authenticity with where these receivers go. It'll be something. I'll tell you that it will be something. At least, nonetheless, doing some due diligence, thinking of it now, it only positions us to prepare for the inevitable. Obviously, when we have to go and make the pick, prepare for multiple scenarios. That's all you can do. That's all you can do at this point of the year is be nimble on your draft feet, so to speak. All right, I think we're good now. Back, we've got the draft tracker back up and running. Jalen Polk, man, I love that. I love that for Jalen Polk, man. I think you only further dip into the receiver well again at some point in this draft, maybe on this day too. I want to see. Let's see. I'm gonna take a look at the actual board, the picks, the distribution of teams here. Up a trade. A trade. It's like a trade. The Rams. Okay, the Rams come up to the Panthers pick. Okay. Okay. Peter Schrager. Well, who's their guy, Schrager? Come on, bro. We know. So they went all the way up to 52. What is the what's the graphic for the trade up? How much do they have to give up? The Rams saying wide receiver for the Titans. That's who DJ's hinting at. Adonai Mitchell to the Titans. That would be interesting. That would be interesting if that is the pick here. Okay. Up. Oh, see the pick leak. It is not a receiver. It's not a receiver. It's another interior defensive tackle. It's Stephondre Sweat, who had some interesting pre-draft, some controversy or some issues. I think a DWI allegedly. So interesting. A guy that stock didn't really fall, but I think it wasn't interesting because rumors were he was very candid though about struggles or history in the past. So Devondre Sweat, there we go, confirmed. Okay, so the Titans, I think, avoid that dynasty stench of potentially getting a receiver. I think it would have been. It's great for Will Levis, or at least would have been for Will Levis and his dynasty route to potential success. Just a little bit, however much you want to quantify it. It's up to you. But addressing the trenches here makes sense. It's sensible at least. And I think that's a landing spot that the point being people wouldn't have really loved considering you've got Calvin Ridley there, D Hop there. Treylon Burks. The Treylon Burks have a resurgence, guys. Let me know, anybody in the comments, if anybody's got Treylon Burks, what they're doing or what they're thinking of doing. The Rams coming up, though. What did the Rams okay, what is the Rams package? So, okay, just make a note, the Panthers were there via the Brian Burns trade, of course. Okay, so let's see. Who are the Rams targeting here? Do they go receiver? That would be interesting trying to react to that if they get receiver here. Who's Rappaport talking about? Still talking about Sweat. Okay. Who do the Rams pick here? Who will the LA Rams opt for? You want to show us the trade package or not? Where's the trade package graphic? Oh, I guess I see what they're making now. The comparison where the Rams were aggressive and they tried to trade for Brian Burns a couple of years back, giving up, I think, a couple of firsts were on the table. I see. And then they've effectively traded in this pick that was traded. Okay. Doing some mental gymnastics. Who do the Rams actually pick, though? That is the question. Please welcome Isaac Bruce. I don't know. For a second there, maybe it's the lighting and the bald. I thought it was Chandler Jones for a second. I was like, wow, the controversy, everything that's going on with him off the field. Hope for the best. The Rams get Braden Fisk. It's a heck of a pick, I think. It's a heck of a pick. I really like Braden Fisk. I love Braden Fisk, honestly. I think he has a really good shot to be potentially the best D tackle out of this class. I think he does have a decent shot. Another trade. The Eagles are on the clock. The Eagles. Wow. My Eagles are on the clock. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Are we getting Cooper DeJean? Are we getting Cooper DeJean? In division trade? An in division trade? Oh my god. Cooper DeJean, Kool-Aid McKinstry? Or is it Adonai Mitchell? Adonai Mitchell, he's been mocked a couple times. Oh my gosh. Or is it Edgerrin Cooper? I would love Edgerrin Cooper, man. Edgerrin Cooper as a linebacker, as a guy that's just making plays, a big, big force to potentially lead the defense for a while. I know the Kobe Dean, I know maybe I'm a hot take here as an Eagles fan, but dealt with some injuries. Just a different physical beast and a presence. So, interdivision trade. So is it 50? It's got to be 50 to 40, I think. Yeah, 50 to 40. Okay. So we gave up 10 picks. Are they going to give the trade? Are they going to show the trade graphics or not? What exactly is going on? Interestingly, though, it's the Packers. It's the Packers that we traded up against. So is it Cooper DeJean? I hope it is, man. I really do. Speaking into existence. Come on. Come on. I really think, look, people say DeJean maybe not an outside corner, so we could use anything in that secondary. Anything. The Eagles, come on. Can we see what the deal was? How much we gave up? Of course, we're going to commercial. Is this going to be the first pick where it's the pick is in and they're not even going to? Oh, this would be classic Goodell fashion. Oh, I'm so hyped for this pick. I'm so hyped. You look at Packers immediately, then followed by the Texans. And then Cardinals. I think defensive back has to be. It's gotta be. It's almost gotta be. Thinking of the teams, who's picking who, I think it's gotta be. Who is it gonna be for the Philadelphia Eagles? The pick is, of course, in. Who we got? Who do the Philadelphia Eagles draft? Approaching the hour mark. Not, I guess, 10. We got 10 minutes. 10 picks originally until the Eagles were supposed to pick. Who's it going to be? Who is it going to be? Is it going to be a player, a receiver, and Adonai Mitchell that potentially factors in to this receiver landscape here, but is the clear three there? Who's an awesome talent, but I don't know if the skill sets may be quite exactly what the Eagles need. But nonetheless, he is a talent, a freak, at least with the speed, deep speed. Don't sleep on it. Potential red zone threat. Who do we got? Who do we have? Oh, Rappaport, I thought Rappaport just had a trade, a trade, then a trade, a trade within a trade within a trade. No, he's saying again, the Packers just traded out. Okay. Come on. Come on. Who do we're doing a full commercial break here? What is with this full commercial break? What is with this full-fledged commercial break? Come on. Reggie Miller. What is that? Oh, Miller Lite. That's a pretty smart. That's a smart brand partnership there. Respect that. Respect that a lot. Who do the Philadelphia Eagles pick? Come on. Come on. Why we got the commercials right now? I guess while we're waiting, what are your favorite landing spots, potential landing spots? Obviously, we got the Eagles now. We've seen all the receivers go already. Who's really next in line? Or who are the ideal? I think with the running back position, it's of course the often assumed Jonathan Brooks to the Cowboys at 56. Okay. All right. 40. Oh, to the Eagles. Gave up both? We gave up both of those picks? 50 and 53, and then that 78? Okay. I mean, we're picking again. I get it. Philadelphia Eagles, Brandon Graham. What do we got? What up, Detroit? What up, Detroit? Is it Spencer Rattler to add the quarterback factory? If you know, you know. ES Eagles. Come on. EA. What do we got, Howie? Dallas sucks. Yes, sir. Brandon Graham. Yes, sir. Love it. Love it. That's cool. That is a cool connection. BG in Detroit. Kind of homecoming. Michigan guy. The Philadelphia Eagles. Select. Cooper DeJean. Come on. I called it, man. I called it. I called it. I called it. Let's go, man. Let's go. Eagles draft reaction. Cooper DeJean. Mm. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Huge, huge pick by Howie Roseman. Come on. Come on. Crazy. 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 Minka Fitzpatrick comp. Let's go. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean. That's literally the future of our secondary. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I'm so hype. I'm so hype on a personal level. I'm so hype on a personal level. And you know what? On a fantasy level, how this has ramifications. You just saw we gave up 50 and 53, then we got back to 78. That is unfreaking believable. Unreal. Unreal. And it takes to put emphasis on takes the Eagles out of maybe the higher end receivers, or you would have thought, like Nana Mitchell, who might have been in that 50-53 range clearly. So awesome. 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 Go birds. Go birds. Come on. There's your NFL comp, Malcolm Jenkins, who of course we've got success with. That is just unbelievable. Unreal. 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 It's unbelievable. It's incredible. It's incredible. It's just incredible. Okay. Saints picking Kool-Aid McKinstry. Another receiver landing spot people don't love. Another in the Saints. That's averted. It's looking good, man. It's looking good for fantasy. Dodging, bobbing and weaving a little bit. Okay. Packers have traded to the New Orleans Saints. 41st pick. Kool-Aid McKinstry. So who do we really have coming up? We've got we have Vegas could maybe. Colts, I think Colts and the Bengals. I think Colts and the Bengals are really ideal, I would say, or relatively in terms of next up ideal landing spots. Bengals going potentially Adonai Mitchell, then they trade T. Higgins. That would be unbelievable. That would be incredible. That would be unbelievable. Unbelievable. Unreal. I think we're just getting started with landing spots. We're only getting started. I know, speaking of the teams in this after the Bengals, Commanders still right there in that conversation for sure. Then you've got the Browns. The Browns have been talked about as a team, and then the Dolphins and the Cowboys. Just offensive weapon, I think, is really on the cards for the in the cards for the Cowboys. So look, if they can do whatever we want, get their offensive weapon. We've gotten two hell of a defensive weapons here in Cooper DeJean and then Mr. Quinyon Mitchell. Unbelievable draft for the Eagles so far. Just sorry, let my fan bias kind of get in the way here, guys. Let's see. Showing the last 10 picks. Okay. All right. This is the so it was trading up from 50, effectively trade back from 53 all the way down to 78. But we move up from 161 to 152. I like that. I like that. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. You got your two guys. Look at it as great. We thought we were going to have to move up in the first round. So the interesting draft calculus. So let Kamari Lassiter, good pick. Good pick there for sure. Okay. All right. All right. And I Mitchell, top available. We've got Mitchell, we've got Jonathan Brooks, who's got to be coming into the fold, or at least relatively soon, you would think. Everyone's assuming that it's to the Cowboys, though. Who else could really play a role? I think that people have said the Giants. I think it was Schrager who talked about the Giants possibly being a Trey Benson landing spot at 47. So that would kind of be really, really intriguing. The Raiders, after getting Bowers, that's who their second pick is. That's also quite the question. Okay. Scroll down a little bit here. But yeah, it's the Bengals, the Colts, and the Colts, Bengals, Giants for a potential running back. And then the Bengals. Oh, we're getting into a potential speed zone again with fantasy relevant players. Jackson Powers Johnson still sitting there. A lot of, I mean, it just speaks to good guys fall. Good guys fall. Does Javian Sanders go in the second? That's the big question. He did in that mock 10.0 on via PFF's landing spots where he did go to the Buccaneers. So that's an interesting landing spot is the Buccaneers. With tight ends, look, at this point, it's not going to be so clear. It's not going to be crystal clear. I think the Bengals, though, are another example where they could opt. And then the Giants, I think, as well with the Giants. Look, Waller Waller might be calling it quits a career, possibly. You've seen the speculation about is he retiring, so that would be something. So yeah, I think a lot of defensive players though could start to become a force here. I want to see. Speaking of look, the fantasy relevant positions, I want to see where Spencer Rattler goes. I think Spencer Rattler has a real chance of going end of the second, possibly beginning of the third. Look, the Raiders. I'm looking at them. That would be something. So got our Benson, Blake Corm as well, of course. Who could have forgotten? Michigan man himself. Then you got Mitchell, McMillan, Franklin, Brendan Rice, Roman Wilson, Javon Baker, Tez Walker, Corley, Washington, Johnny Wilson. So yeah, I mean, we've already had an incredible amount picked on day two. I said, look, it was 10, 12, 14 potentially today. I really believe that. Wholeheartedly believe that. Let's see. We had one, two, three. One, two, three have gone already. So another nine, I think. Another nine. 9.5 is the number I would say. 9.5, 10.5 for receivers to go the rest of this day. And so then we're looking at into your mid third. And that's how it's been trending. That's how it's been trending. And then if you throw another running back or two or three in there today, you're talking deep into your third round in terms of where you're at in terms of sheer numbers game. It is something. I'll tell you that it's something. It's something. It speaks to the depth of this class. It forces you to reevaluate in terms of strategy. Well, do I want to just trade out for the sake of it, re-roll it, or do I want to actually pick a player who got significant, meaningful draft capital, who's going to get opportunity this year compared to waiting for a potential next year, or if you want to just keep playing the trade game, trade, then potentially move it in a piece to get a player up tier, of course, so to speak. That's always an option or a better pick. Possibilities are endless. Bottom line, we tend to understate, I feel like, the value, the tangible benefit of the potential player you get, the swing. It's all lottery tickets. So why re-roll for the sake of it when there's no guarantee the caliber of player and the position that he goes, the team that he goes to could be on the board, right? Just some interesting food for thought, some context there. But all right, Arizona. Who's going to be Arizona? The Arizona Cardinals. So we're already pick is in, pick is in. We're on to the Packers already. Then it's going to be pick is in. Love the pick is in, stacking up the pick is in. Love that. Love it, love it, love it. Let's get this flowing. Cardinals. Selection made. Max Melton. Run on DB. Run on DB. He basically became everybody the draft analysts I follow. I feel like everybody's favorite day two corner. Ultra twitched up. Love to hear those buzzwords from Daniel Jeremiah there. It's a good, I mean, it's a good descriptor. Powerful word, twitchy. You want a quick athlete who can move differently than most. Adonai Mitchell, I think, fits into that conversation as a receiver. I'm really intrigued to see where he goes. The pick is in for the Raiders. Pick is in for the Packers. I think the Colts consider a pass catching weapon here. I think they have to be really the complement to a Michael Pittman. Obviously, there's Josh Downs there already. I know Alec Pierce there, but this potentially the guy that compared to those other day two, so they're all those guys in the Colts room are day two selection. So this this guy might be a little bit different though. Possibly be a little bit different. Jim Plunkett announcing the pick. Jackson Powers Johnson. What a pick by the Raiders. Love that pick. Love it. Love it. So another kind of bad landing spot, seemingly dodged, quote unquote, given they already picked Brock Bowers. Announced him as a guard. That's interesting. Hmm. All right. Brock Bowers gets a guy that can help protect Gardner Minshew in theory. Let's do this. Let's do it. Let's do it. Talk about Senior Bowl highlights here. Awesome. 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 Okay. A trade. Trade. The Panthers move up to the Colts pick ahead of the Giants. Is that for a running back? Who is it? Is it a Trey Benson maybe? I thought maybe Chuba Hubbard, maybe Miles Sanders, who they gave a little bit of a contract to last offseason. I thought maybe those guys would be enough, but who knows? Maybe it's a running back. Maybe it's a running back. Let's see. Who are the Packers going to go? I think the Packers could pick a defensive back, seemingly. Okay. What do we got? Brian Bulaga. What a guy. What do we got? What do we got? The Packers. Edger and Cooper. What a guy. What a pick. What a pick. What I mean, incredible linebacker in a not great class. So arguably really good value. Okay. Patrick Queen as the comp. Interesting. Yeah, interesting. They do have Quay Walker. That's right, DJ. Good point. Who do the Carolina Panthers pick? Is it more Bryce Young focused yet again? Possibly. Is it a tight end? Is it a Ben Sinnott who Chad Ryder mocked endlessly, 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 almost? Okay. So Panthers pick is in. Okay, let's see what we got. Let's see what we got, Carolina. Okay. Devin Lloyd is what Charles Davis comparing Edrin Cooper to. Okay. Okay. Pick is in with the Panthers. What do we got? What do we got? Who is the Carolina Panthers pick? That is the question here. Musin Muhammad. Thanking Detroit there. Did I hear they gave up a second next year? Is that what he just said? So he must be talking about an important player, at least how they view him. Is it maybe Jonathan Brooks? Talk about running back. Oh my God, it is Jonathan Brooks. It's Jonathan Brooks. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Jerry Jones kind of spoiled it. Couldn't help himself. Jonathan Brooks. Interesting. You've got Hubbard. You've got Mr. Miles Sanders. Very well. Ease him in a couple weeks. Brees Hall off the injury. I mean, Bryce Young gets a running back. Love it. I really like it. They addressed offensive line in a huge way already. Man, Jonathan Brooks, let's go. Yeah, talk about an outlet, a guy that you can throw to out of the backfield that can actually catch the ball. Let's go. First running back off the board, baby. And we're talking about in your mid-second already in terms of the amount of players that have gone. And I think, look, Jonathan Brooks, depending on the draft capital and the extent to which running backs get draft capital, very well could be in that early second round conversation. Last mock I did, look, the final pre-draft mock, we're talking about running backs being really pushed down the board. I think, look, if the Panthers just kind of start a running back run here, Does it make a Marshawn Lloyd more relevant? Does it boost up a Trey Benson, of course? Then you're just talking about as crowded as a top 24 as you've ever seen. 2 rounds in the NFL draft, the first 2 rounds of your fantasy draft, it's gonna be nuts. It's gonna be nuts. It's crazy. Okay. Saying recovery by July 1st by training camp, so saying he's gonna be all good, fine. Wheels up for Jonathan Brooks then. Man, I like that. I like the sound of Jonathan Brooks in his future. So we're 14 picks into the second. We go down. So there's our fantasy relevant player. I think, look, do the Giants go with the Trey Benson? Do they really get a little bit of a running back train going here? I don't think the Jags would match that. But then you've got the Bengals who they signed Zach Moss, but do they consider one? I think, look, receiver, I want to see receiver, tight end, Adlai Mitchell there to the Bengals. That would be a dream. Really would be. I wouldn't hate, look, the Commanders, it's a decent spot. I think it's okay. It's fine. Steelers could be that team. Steelers very well. Look, people talk about big, relatively explosive or threats down the field. I mean, the Steelers have the guy that's the extraordinaire George Pickens in that in that archetype. Then there's the Colts again. Dolphins, yep. Cowboys, I could see it's foreseeable the Buccaneers do something with a fantasy relevant. I don't know about the Packers, the Texans, the Bills double dip. Are the Bills going to go nuts? I don't think so. The Lions are an interesting team. The Lions are an interesting team. Lions have been linked. I've seen mocks where they've gotten a Javon Baker, albeit later in effectively the beginning of the third round. But you can't, the Lions, the Ravens, the 49ers Chiefs, they already really addressed, well, their receiver need in the first. So still talking about 3, 4 more players in this second round that are going to be extremely, extremely focal points in your top 20 of your dynasty picks. It's just, it's incredible. It's incredible. Adonai Mitchell, I think he's got to go soon, though. He's got to go soon. Do the Giants complicate it and go double receiver off the rip with Neighbors and Mitchell? Then that's a little weird. I'll admit. Look, then maybe that changes some Malik Neighbors calculus slightly, a little bit, but I think the Giants here. Why not go offense, offensive line? I mean, the Giants, that they're an interesting team here. They're an interesting team. What exactly they do, I hope they don't do awesome for the sake of being a division rival here. So I don't know who exactly they might consider at a corner. I'm trying to look at the board here. Let's see overall, according to ESPN. Do they consider maybe a guy like Chris Jenkins? Or do they go TJ Tampa, Marshawn Nealon? I know Marshawn Nealon's been a guy of focus, a guy that Western Michigan, bit of a riser, small school guy. Do they go Zach Frazier, Roger Rosengarten? I think that would be interesting. Look, I want to see offensive line for the Giants. I want to see them possibly bolstering. Look, whoever's behind that offensive line, Daniel Jones. I think. Look, he's absolutely Daniel Jones is leader in the clubhouse with that. Although they pick Tyler Nubin, the first safety. Okay, first safety of the draft. I don't know how to feel about that as an Eagles fan. Don't really love it. Not loving it. I think he's a good player. Okay. So look, we've already got Bengals pick is in. Did the Bengals just run in Adonai Mitchell? Select Tyler Nubin. All right. Okay. Okay. Let me check. Running backs, linebackers, safeties. Day number 2. That is right, DJ. Okay. Anybody find interesting how with this draft time of year, you've got NFL Network, you got ESPN, they just they don't change the graphics. I think it's been going on years. I can't even remember how long it's been. It's all the same presentation, which look, it works. It's kind of classic. It's like that classic brand recognition. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I guess it's just interesting thinking about how many names I've seen in that exact same format over the years. Feels like I remember a Josh Rosen, Cardinals. Okay, let's see. Go back to NFL Network. I feel like NFL Network prefer that. I like their presentation a little bit. I like the guys that they got. Look, DJ, and no more McShay on ESPN. That's interesting. Making what wondering what you make exactly of that with no more Todd McShay, James Stewart. Okay. Oh man, that's Jesus. A pass away last. That's crazy, and I feel like I guess he was already slated to make this pick ahead of time. Man, Mason Smith. Wow, I know people were really high, low, everything in between on him. A guy that was such a highly touted player, assumed coming into this last year, 2023, after the pedigree. That whole defense, though, if you're a college football fan, look, Malik Neighbors, Brian Thomas, Jaden Daniels, they were carrying that. They carried that entire team because of the spots that LSU's defense put them in. What is DJ exactly saying? Yep, love how the draft's starting to fly off. We're flying. Okay, pick is in for the Cincinnati Bengals. Okay, talking about Trayvon Walker, the first overall pick, formerly in out. All right, Bengals, come on. Let's see an Adonai Mitchell, then let's see a T. Higgins trade. Come on. Let's trade T. Higgins to the Patriots. Let's draft Adonai Mitchell here. Everybody gets the best of both worlds. Jalen Polk talked about it. I don't maybe see him quite as a true number one in the NFL, but a really nice complimentary guy who can be maybe a top 24, 30 player in fantasy. A really nice wide receiver 2, wide receiver 3 for the foreseeable future. Who are the Cincinnati Bengals opting for? National Urban League special guest. Okay. Look, the Bengals, no more Tyler Boyd, presumptively. Chris Jenkins is the pick for the Bengals. Okay. So a little bit of a hiatus in terms of the offense. 3 in a row, at least, compared to Jonathan Brooks. So maybe not too long. Maybe don't wait too long until the Commanders, I think, pick a receiver, possibly. The Commanders going with Adonai Mitchell would not be fun. I would not really enjoy that as a fan. Really would not love that. Steelers would be interesting. I think the Steelers or the Colts. Steelers or the Colts would be the two receiver teams here. This is, I think, where we see a receiver here, I think, in this range for sure. Okay. Pick is in for the Commanders. Loving the pace. Loving the pace. The Commanders, you've got, of course, your franchise quarterback in Jane Daniels now. You already picked Johnny Newton. So they've gone offense. They've gone defense already. I think they go back to offense here. I think they've gotta consider. Okay. All right. The Commanders. Who will the Commanders go? Thinking if Adonai Mitchell to the Commanders, nice number two. Jane Daniels, look, an explosive offense. I think Cliff Kingsbury has shown an ability to support a passing offense that is relatively elite, fantasy productive. Now it's Troy Vincent here. Up, back to back Michigan men. Sanders still. Good pick. Good pick. Okay. Okay. Steelers here. I think the Steelers go after trading away a guy like a Deontay Johnson. Do they go with Roman Wilson? I think that's a possibility. Roman Wilson. Okay. Talking about Mike Samerstill as a big leader. Totally fair. Totally reasonable. Realistic. Considering where he led that program to. The heights there. Total glue guy. Will we see his teammate Blake Corum though? Showing up three Michigan guys. Three Michigan guys in the form of, well, two on defense, one on offense. How many more offense do we see? Is the next Michigan drafted has to be an offensive player. Has to be an offensive player. Okay. Pick 51. So round three, not too far away. Dallas coming up. Did they go Trey Benson? That would be very interesting. Trey Benson fits. Trey Benson, is he a, oh man, yeah, this is weird territory. I think the Browns possibly. I have seen him go to the Browns before. The Browns have been a Trey Benson team before. It's really the Browns or the Cowboys are really, I think, in terms of the running back teams that we would hope. You figure with a guy like Nick Chubb, his trajectory coming back from injury, we know the talent, but how soon does he return to the field? How quickly do the Browns really even want to rush him back? It's an interesting debate. I mean, they've got, of course, Jerome Ford there. Not the most, I think, fantasy relevant player for the future. We'll see. We'll see. Still can't believe the Eagles got Cooper DeJean. That's unbelievable. Unbelievable. And we're in commercial. We're in the commercial hour of the NFL draft. Okay. How's ESPN's coverage looking? Also commercial. Awesome. Great. Well, while we're in commercial here, we just talked about running backs. Let's talk about tight ends. What are we doing with tight ends? When does the next one come off? Tight ends is different than running back or receiver, I feel like, where, look, there's going to be a guy or two, but the skill sets in this draft, I think there's some sleepers. There's some sleepers. I want to see Sinnott. I want to see Sanders. Where do they go? Where do they go? Okay. All right. Talking about draft tracker. Love the good old draft tracker. Don't we all? Pick is in. Steelers go Zach Frazier. Pat Fryermuth to make the pick. Okay. Like that for the Steelers. Offensive line, they got Fontan. That's right. They went Fontanu, Frazier. They're trying to protect a Russell Wilson, but look, I think it's going to be Justin Fields, not too in the long term, but potentially being a long term answer for the Pittsburgh Steelers. We'll see. One on one pass protection. Yep. So is it going to be wheels up for maybe a George Pickens breakout? It's looking like it could be with not even not a receiver yet. Okay. Okay. Pick is in for the Colts. Slow down a little bit. Slow down a little bit with the pace here. Let's see. Let's see what the Colts decide to go offense. Of course, their first pick on night one at pick 14 overall. We're talking about Mr. Leatu Latu. So they did go, yeah, that's right. They went defense, defense to offense, defense to offense. Is that the case? Is that going to be the case? We'll see. You figure offense and you figure, look, they want athletic freaks. Adnai Mitchell is that guy in spades, arguably. So your athletic freak, Adnai Mitchell there, intriguing. Okay. Okay, they're making the call. in Indy. They say, "Let's go, Colts. Let's see, Colts." Zaire Franklin, represent. Let's go, Zaire. Let's go, man. Get you some Adonai Mitchell. Let's go. Adonai Mitchell. Or Jatavian Sanders or Ben Sinnott. Let's see. 7th round pick. Now he's a captain, local guy. Yep. Mm-hmm. With the 52nd pick. Adonai Mitchell, it is. It is Adonai Mitchell. Interesting, interesting. I think it's a cool combo. Opposite of Michael Pittman. Okay. Yeah. He's a freak. He's a freak for athletic guys. Okay. Like this for Anthony Richardson stock. Like this a lot. Okay. Okay. So it's really Michael Pittman, Adonai Mitchell, and then you got Josh Downs there. It's nice young weaponry. Okay. So there goes a receiver again. We're talking about with receiver. We've had one, two, three, and then that's just the fourth receiver of this second round. I think before it's done, I think we might see five or six. I think five, I think six. I think we see six at the end. Huh. Huh. That's interesting. Rap sheet saying not really red flags as much as wasn't really responsive or engaged or disinterested in some sense in interviews, which is interesting. Hopefully, he's just motivated by where he went and fell relatively in the draft. So it's a cool spot in the second round. I think Pittman, he's got his sort of ceiling as a fringe top 12, top 14 guy, low end wide receiver one, high end wide receiver two with Michael Pittman. I think with Mitchell, he could get touchdown volume for sure. To put him in again, I think that top 24, top 30. We're talking guys that I think can be wide receiver two types in a dynasty sense and potentially the upside in that fantasy sense. I mean, who knows? Look, maybe Anthony Richardson forms a clear favorite with Adonai Mitchell early, and then it's wheels up. That's the beauty. There's always guys that don't quite perform to maybe your low expectations, that maybe the expectations that you temper in a way for them, and then they absolutely do incredible in the NFL, incredible things. I mean, you look at guys. I know we're mentioning it at this time of year. It's going to be who's the next Puka Nakua? Who's the next Puka Nakua? Well, if there's any one indicator, it's the gauntlet. People want to say the gauntlet GPS at the combine. Well, that was Keon Coleman, who of course goes to the Bills. Obviously, a lot different draft capital, but we're obviously not even going to be able to see or make even a judgment on a next quote unquote Puka Nakua until we even get into day 3 where he went. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Let's see. with the Commanders. I think the receiver, it's got to be in play here. It's got to be in play. Do they go like a Malachi Corley? Do they go Roman Wilson? They've made a bunch of picks. Obviously, they got well. These are basically the Eagles picks they picked up via trading down. So they have fortified the defense in the second round thus far. I think you gotta return to fortifying your quarterback and his long term future. Okay, I guess who interesting food for thought. What's Adonai Mitchell's number going to be? Not going to take 5 from AR. I think that's for sure. So we'll see. We'll see. NFL plus premium. I think Colts. Look, maybe they just started a receiver run. They could have just started a receiver run. So we'll see. I think with the Commanders, if I had to guess potential pairings, potential fits here, you've got Dots in there currently. Who's a more physical? Who's a bigger type guy for them? I guess. Hmm. McMillan, I don't really consider that. Troy Franklin, I mean, is he could be, but he's more of he's a quick guy. Brendan Rice could be potential. I could see potentially Brendan Rice. Tez Walker very well could be. I think it's way too high for a Johnny Wilson, for example, but we'll see. We'll see. I think you've got to actually, you've got to almost ask Jane Daniels. I feel like who's your guy here, bro? Back to Daryl Green here. What do we got, Daryl? Up. Ben Sinnott, wide tight end too. I almost said wide receiver too. I like this. I like this spot for tight end. It's Logan Thomas often injured, and then it's been look guys like Cole Turner. I mean, just it's Ben Sinnott time. It's Ben Sinnott time there, and I like this a lot. Right in your second round, especially in tight end premium formats. Right in your second round. Okay, making the comparison on the broadcast to Kyle Juszczyk. That's interesting. I can see that. Okay. They're showing a hockey hit. Oh my god, that's brutal. Okay. The pick is in for the Browns. Who we got? Cleveland Browns. This could be a receiver. I think this may be a Malachi Corley here. Guy's biting a foam finger, a foam bone. That's crazy. Gotta love it though, NFL fans. This is the weekend. Okay. NFL legend. Oh, they drafted? I didn't even I don't even remember Nassib going to the Browns. Huh. Michael Hall, defensive tackle. Okay. All right. Michael Hall Jr., defensive tackle. Cowboys, here we go. Dolphins, Cowboys. Do we see receiver? Do we see a Javian Sanders for the Dolphins? Do we see receiver, tight end, running back? Do we see anybody for the Cowboys? And then the Buccaneers. I mean, I could see them in a variety of ways going offense. And then you go skip to, I guess, yeah, to the Lions receiver possibly, and then the Ravens receiver possibly as well. So then that puts us at 5, 6 receivers, couple tight ends. Overall, we're at the 3 that went really early, 3 out of 4, or 3 out of 5, rather 3 for 5 to start this second round. And then we went with, of course, well, there's a 4th player in a Brooks, a 5th player in Adonai Mitchell, a 6th in Ben Sinnott. So we're at 6. So we're up to 20 because the 14 on round 1, 20. Do we fill out the second round completely with second round picks? Excuse me. I think we're surely going to fill out the second round and well into the third with day 2 picks. First round, day 1 picks, plus a couple at the top of the receivers in the second round here. Dolphins pick is in. I see it on the graphic here, but on TV they're saying, imagine the clock going. You imagine a team spends some time here on the clock. It's got to be just a glitch here for semantics, but Mike McDaniel. What are we doing, Mike? Big Mike? Okay. They went defense in the first. They go offense, man. They go Roman Wilson, maybe. I really would like to see Jatavian Sanders, though. I think Jatavian Sanders would be awesome here. That would be a dream. Let's see. I want to see Jatavian Sanders here. Trey Benson to Dallas. Boom. We're cooking. We're up to 22. Let's do it. Come on, let's run it. And then the Bucks possibly make it 23, and then the Ravens round it out 24 players through 2 rounds. Fantasy relevant players. It's incredible. Okay. Richmond Webb. What do we got going? What do we got going? Patrick Paul, offensive line. Smart for protecting Tua. Smart pick. Smart pick. Okay. Yeah, big time tackle. Big, big, big tackle, literally. Like that for Tua. Okay. Talking about Teron Armstead, how I consider retirement. Okay. Cowboys, man. Who's it going to be? The Cowboys. Who's going to be Dallas? Who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? Think Trey Benson here. Then it's wheels up for the running back landscape. They haven't even made a they actually haven't put the pick in yet. Oh my god. He's probably like, "Well, what happened to Jonathan Brooks?" Maybe you just hyped him up so publicly, and then people even consider the Giants to be a threat. Obviously, the Panthers trade up to get him. I mean, like, what are we doing, Jerry? I mean, I really don't mind as an Eagles fan, so keep doing you, man. Up, they're making a call. Yeah, they're talking about an NFL on the NFL Network here. Let's see. All right, DJ saying not too rich at all for running back, and they're talking it up the position, so I think it's going to be running back. Maybe they got something fed through. Talking about Jalen Wright. Interesting. Couple linebackers left in the top 50. Okay. Okay. They're talking about Dylan Edwards going to the portal, Colorado. Yeah, they're talking about Zeke's coming back. Yeah, the Cowboys are something else, man. Zeke back in Dallas. They're still on the clock. Did they make a call and then the guy never picked up? Like, what are we doing? What's going on? Talking about obviously Blake Corum, Rich Eisen there, the Michigan man. What do we got? Pick is in finally for the Cowboys. Okay. All right. They're talking up linebacker again. So is it maybe Peyton Wilson? I could see them doing that. He's honestly, I talk about Van Der Esch. Look, a guy that's been injured, but the upside is there as a difference maker. Showing picks by school. Texas leading the pack so far, and then you've got a bunch at 4. Yeah, of course, the Cowboys find a way to say, "Oh wait, Jonathan Brooks is already gone," and then they pick the entirety. They waste the entirety of the clock. Of course they do. Come on, pick is in. Let's go in. Let's take a look at what day, not day, what round 3 looks like in terms of. Gotta love that empty there. Um, Let me refresh here. Apologies for that. There we go. Let's go round 3. So it's going to be Commanders. Well, they just picked Senate, so maybe receiver though at 67. Patriots, I think, have to consider again. Look at 68, potentially someone, and then I could see the Jets at 72, absolutely for a receiver. Then the Cowboys at 73 for a receiver. Falcons possibly at 74. Broncos at 76. I think. Look, they drafted Bo Nix. This is where it's going to be very interesting. Look, you've got Cortland Sutton there, and then it's no one else. I mean, you got Jerry Judy traded. I think is 76. Troy Franklin, Bo Nix, pairing that up, that would be pretty bleeping cool. pretty cool, and I think I would love that. Look, I'm not a big Franklin guy, but Troy Franklin at 76 to the Broncos would be quite awesome. Then the Eagles 78 are potentially they're a possibility there. The Bengals at 80. And then I mean Rams, Steelers, Browns, there's Cowboys again, Bucks, Ravens, Bengals again. So there could be a lot. I mean, it's going to get really unpredictable, I think, in the third round, but there are certainly some reasonable, realistic spots that you see that are like, okay, potential receiver. Running back is going to be weird. Running back is going to be really, really weird. I think we can guarantee that with some landing spots. Okay. Wheelchair football league. That's really cool. All right, Cowboys. Select Marshawn Nealon. Okay. If it was Marshawn Lloyd, I would have had a heart attack. I honestly would have had a heart attack as a guy that loves Marshawn Lloyd to the Cowboys. I just would have hated it. Hated it. But Marshawn Nealon. Okay. All right. All right. Okay. Talking about Tuli Pelotu as a comp. All right. We got the Bucks up. Their pick is in. They wasted no time. Appreciate that, Tampa Bay. All right. Notable next gen stats, athleticism scores for edge rushers in the 2024 NFL Draft. You've got Marshawn Nealon, Dallas Turner, Chop Robinson, Gabe Murphy, Cedric Johnson. Interesting, some guys still available there. Okay. All right. Well, let's see. Let's see. Best available. A lot of receivers still. Got a Tavian Sanders, Stover. Packers pick is in. Back to the Texans. Although they haven't even made a pick yet, Houston, because of a bunch of trades. Let's see. What exactly is the deal with what is exactly the deal with the Houston Texans? Who could they pick? Maybe a sneaky receiver. CJ Stroud was really a bit upset when Ricky Pearsall went off the board. Interestingly enough. So do they consider a receiver? That is a question. Let's do tracker by team. Okay, cool. There we go. So let's look at the Bucks. Graham, Graham Barton. All right, that's right, Graham Barton. Graham Barton. And then I mean, did they consider the Packers? I think the Packers have enough weapons. They've got enough young weapons there. They got plenty, so they're not really in the running at all. They addressed running back in free agency. So you got the Packers there. Then we've got Houston. They could, well, Dalton Schultz is there. They just extended him. I mean, they're not really a team. Do they make a shock pick? Do the Houston Texans make a shock pick? They could. The Jags, they got their receiver. How about look, Bills? Do the Bills double dip at receiver? I think the Lions, I would say Lions and Ravens are a sweet spot, I think, for a potential receiver. They really are. Talked about Brendan Rice being a potential fit for the Detroit Lions. I think, look, given his physical style of play, I mean, Dan Campbell, guys bite off kneecaps. I think Brendan Rice, a bit of a dog there. Throw him in potential receiver too in Detroit. I mean, that's a really interesting spot. Really interesting spot. A lot of receivers, though. A lot of receivers still. Really setting up extremely well, though, for my Eagles to pick a receiver, pick 78. Really awesome. Really, really awesome. Where we've got 78, and then we're back at beginning of, okay, day 3, 120. 120, 152, 172, 170. All right. Gerald McCoy or William Golston. That's right. Okay. All right. Let's see. Chris Braswell. All right. Chris Braswell. All right. All right. So no offensive player there. All right. Packers, Texans, Bills. Talking about Yaya Diaby. Yep, he was a home run. Okay. When do the receivers go off the board? That's what we're waiting for. We're waiting for a run, I think. Looks like round 3 could kick that off. Looks like round 3 is really when you see a potential run on receivers. Texans pick is in. All right, they're starting to put these picks in there, out there. Javon Bullard. All right. Some interesting stories with him. Javon Bullard, a guy that really good interview, really good just recall. as a defensive player. I mean, McVay level, almost saying specific plays. Jeremiah saying before a team even asked the question, they see the footage. He's like, "Oh no, I can't. Let's talk about how we got to this point." I mean, seems like a pretty good player bound for some success in the NFL. It looks like from obviously the preeminent. It pains me to say, but as South Carolina, I mean Georgia defenders. Why not pick some Georgia defenders? All right, let me check. What's the deal around the league, around the NFL? What do we got going on? NBA, big time win by the Pacers. What do we got? Dodgers massacre and the Blue Jays. Okay. Blake Fisher, tackle Notre Dame. I did not see his name coming anytime soon. Although honestly, look, I'm not familiar too much, so okay. All right. Why not? I like it. Proceed. Why not protect CJ Stroud? Protect CJ Stroud. That's the way. That's the way to go. CJ Stroud, you've got the weapons. You got a Stephon Diggs who potentially impacts the immediate term values of Tank Dell, of Nico Collins, but I don't think it's beyond 2024. And I don't think it's going to be just transformative of their production, as effectively wide receiver high end twos in fantasy, in Dynasty. I don't think it's going to totally shake that. So we got the Bills pick is in, the Lions coming up. They're saying wait till you see who is announcing the Lions pick. Wonder who that could be. I think maybe just Barry Sanders, Megatron, Calvin Johnson would be cool. Couple options. A couple of options. Okay. All right. What do we got going around the MLB? Got relatively close games for the most part. Lions pick is in. We're rounding out round two very shortly. What do we got with Atlanta? Marcelo Zuna. Dude is a different type of player, different type of hitter. Jesus. Jeez. Okay. Let's go tracker by position. Receiver. So look, Jonathan Brooks, I think, interesting storyline here. He's really in his own tier, I think, at the position at this point. It's the round two, top 50 draft capital, RB1. So we're looking for Corley Franklin, Roman Wilson, Malik Washington, Javon Baker, Jermaine Burton, of course, Tez Walker, Jacob Cowing. And then it's really the running backs. The running backs are going to become the point of emphasis, I think, in the third round. Hopefully we see teams that don't have the most established player at the position. Who exactly that is? That's a very good question. Let's go through. I mean, the Cardinals, I really want to see the Cardinals. The Cardinals are very interesting to me. I mean, the Commanders, possibly. Look, Eckler's there. I mean, he's kind of past his prime. Maybe a Braylon Allen first and second down role, but you got Brian Robinson there. I look at the Giants. Cardinals. I want to see Cardinals, Chargers, Giants. Does Blake Corum go? Cardinals, they're talking about double up receiver for the Bills. So that would be very interesting. Double up receiver. I'm for that. I am for that. Cardinals. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Another Cardinals, 5. Cowboys again, 6. I mean, the Broncos, possibly, I think the Broncos are receiver. And then the Raiders are a lot. I think, yeah, you guys got to brace for the top 80 picks. We got to expect some running backs to go. Gotta. Aaron Williams, you want to say with the 60th pick, the Buffalo Bills select Roman Wilson? I see that. I could see that. Okay. What do we got? Cole Bishop. Nice versatile weapon there. Okay. Sleeper pick, Cole Bishop. All right, here we go with the Lions. Roman Wilson, maybe? Amon-Ra, Roman Wilson, Jameson Williams, or look, Brendan Rice, Troy Frank. I mean, Lions would be a sneaky good landing spot for a receiver. Jared Goff, a nice quarterback to support. But I really want to see who the Broncos pick because Cortland Sutton there, of course. But if it's Troy Franklin, that would be very, very, very intriguing. Pick is in for the Lions. What do we got? What do we got? Okay. So what do we at time-wise? We're at time-wise, we're taking like over, it's 2 hours for the second. The third, I think, is when they do maybe start to fly off in terms of the tempo, how they announce it, a little bit more congested time clock. So it's always 11, 11:30, give or take. All right. Yep, I called it. Barry Sanders to announce the pick, and the pick is in for the Ravens. The Ravens and the Lions, I think, very much candidates to go receiver here to continue a little bit of a receiver run that we saw at the beginning of the round, how the round began, how it might end. But it's really the running back well for the top of the third. The running back well, it's Jatavian Sanders factoring in, you figure. So up, but looks like Schefter spoiling it. Ennis Rakestraw for the Detroit Lions. I would really want to see if the Ravens do opt for receiver. I want to see a bigger receiver. You've got, of course, Zay Flowers. You've got Bateman there. You've got Mark Andrews as a tight end. You've got, of course, Derrick Henry to go along with Lamar Jackson for the run game. I've struggled to see, look, the upside. I mean, they got Zay Flowers last year, and he's the clear one. But now you've got Zay Flowers, and it's the deterioration of really the Ravens as a receiver relevant team. It would be intriguing for sure, but I just don't know what the upside of that player would be. I mean, maybe they overtake. Maybe it's bad news for Zay Flowers. So you could maybe lean either way, but okay. Does Kansas City double dip at receiver? Do they do that? Do they go Kansas City running back possibly? Kansas City? Talk about guys that aren't really established at the position. Kansas City, I know we like Pacheco, but so he was a seventh round pick. I mean, shades of, I mean, a lot different given he's now been relevant 2 years running, but shades of Damian Pierce, all good things come to an end compared to obviously it was his rookie year and then obviously change of coaching. But do the Chiefs opt for running back? They could be a sneaky team. I think with Chiefs addressing receiver, you just want to get Mahomes. Maybe they get a real pass catcher, a guy like a Jalen Wright, Bucky Irving, almost Jerick McKinnon types, but the younger, more explosive, more longevity with those guys. We'll see what the Ravens do, though. I think the Ravens, after going, who was their first round pick? Let's see. The Ravens. Nate Wiggins, that's right. Of course. Nate Wiggins, round one. Haloti Nada, what a guy. Haloti Nada was an absolute dog, absolute legend. Up a trade with the Chiefs jumping up a spot? Wonder why they do that. Roger Rosengarten. Smart pick. Smart pick. I know he's a tackle, a lineman a lot of people like. A lot of people like him. Really good tester as they're showing. Okay. Right tackle. Morgan Moses gone. Good pickup. Yeah, so Kansas City and San Fran just swap spots. Why would they? What's the point in that? I mean, I guess somebody was a threat to move up, and the Chiefs felt at risk of maybe a team drafting to get a certain running back or maybe a receiver. Maybe it was. Look, is Rasheed Rice something happened with Rasheed Rice on the more extreme, severe end? Allegedly, possibly. Let's see with the Chiefs. All right, they 30 38 spots. Obviously, it is day three, middle end of day three, but for one pick there, interesting, 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 interesting. Moving up for a tackle. Rappaport saying it, so it's definitely a tackle. Okay. You wouldn't be surprised. So at tackle, Kingsley Suamataia. It's an interesting pick. Interesting pick there. Oh, Jamal Charles. I love Jamal Charles, dude. Talk about a fantasy beast, a fantasy legend, dude. Classic old redraft days. It was Jamal Charles. It was Jamal Charles. A little bit of a pronunciation battle. But we get it. It's all good. Okay. Yeah, that's right. Andy Reid, BYU man himself. Okay. Oh, is he jumping out of a pool? That's crazy. I would have cracked my freaking skull open if you attempt that. Holy. Out of a pool. Imagine jumping out of a pool like that. That's crazy. Crazy. What do we've got? The 49ers. Figured they might go offensive line here too. That's what it's probably got to be. They just want their pickup offensive lineman, and they know it's got to be a player of interest to the 49ers. The 49ers probably have a guy, though, they're okay picking in the same tier as a Kingsley Suamataia. Third round, though. Third round is where I'm interested in. I want to see where these running backs go. We've only seen one so far, and I think that's what people more or less at least should have been bracing for with running back. Still potentially nice landing spots, though. And I think you got to, depending on where exactly, depending on who exactly for these running backs, if it is a Benson, if it is a Wright, if it is a Marshawn Lloyd, core them to the Chargers. I mean, that would be something. They're behind, but they're in the conversation, not worlds out of the conversation that Jonathan Brooks will be going in your rookie drafts. Still interesting. Interesting to see how this running back shakes out. I mean, maybe it kind of continues their lack thereof into the third round here, and maybe it's only one. Maybe it's only one running back, and then you're talking about a point where it's Jonathan Brooks. It's maybe a running back who goes in a weird spot in the middle of the third, and then we're talking all day three guys, which is going to be not great. I mean, my mock draft, we worked off PFF 7 round pre-draft mock. I mean, just a bunch. It's your third, it's your fourth round, arguably in your rookie draft, where you might be seeing a host of running backs. At the moment, though, I think Jonathan Brooks is in that top 16, 17, 18 conversation, I would say, in terms of your super flex drafts. Beyond that, I, it remains to be seen with the running back. I'm saying the Cardinals with James Conner. James Conner, I don't think James Conner is there beyond this year, or really there for the long haul. So James Conner, you've then got the Patriots. They brought in Antonio Gibson. I mean, they've got Ramondre Stevenson. So I don't really love that. The Chargers are really, really, really interesting because they've got basically the Ravens room, but the Ravens room, I mean, you've got a touchdown vulture like a Gus Edwards. You've got J.K. Dobbins, who's never healthy. Then it is the Giants, who, I mean, they've got Devin Singletary there for maybe a year or two or three. I mean, even on the contract, but it's not really that much money. So you're paving the way for rookie opportunity. And then the Dallas Cowboys, of course, talked about the Cowboys. The Cowboys, I think running back still, I mean, they played the right, Jerry Jones played himself out of the guy that he seemingly wanted all along at round 2 in Jonathan Brooks. I don't know what he's saying, "Oh, these in my 30 years, the best interview." Like, what is it to try to garner favor, garner support, fancy of the rest of the league, your decision makers that are, "Oh, yeah. Well, Jerry Jones, sure, we'll honor you. We'll just let this talent just fall into your lap." What do you like? I Jerry Jones, he seems like he would be a guy that would almost operate with that in insane level of, I guess, lack of self-awareness in a way. So, rounding out the second here. Took some time, but I think it will fly by in the third round, or at least should the tempo. We'll see. Talking about on the broadcast, who are the Niners looking at right here. Looks like, okay, rap sheet saying the Jets are on the clock, so the Jets trade up in the beginning of the third. Do they go for a receiver? Try to jump. Let me see. Yeah. Okay. What are okay, the Panthers. Yeah, so no one's really no picks in on the clock yet. I guess the round does have to really turn over there. I think the Jets look for receiver. I think the Jets are in play at receiver. Jets in play for receiver. Who the Jets take at receiver? Anybody want to get predictions in or reaction later in the comments? Rewatch and let's see. I think Garrett Wilson dodged a bullet, not having one of the top 3 factor into his long-term future. I think as the true receiver one there, Renardo Green wraps up pick 64 corner. All right. Talking about how he had a good showing versus Malik Neighbors, so that's interesting. Okay. We're on around 3 now. We are on around 3. Are they going to have Troy Vincent come out there? Or they believe they will have Troy Vincent do that. So Jets pick is in. Okay, it's Jets, Cardinals. Okay. So I think we could see receiver, running back, receiver, receiver again, running back, running back, running back. I mean, a lot could happen. I think interestingly though, we're at a point, guys, where T. Higgins, Brandon Ayuk don't look like they're being traded at this point. With these picks, unless teams get really, really, really creative and future picks and maybe even a current player or two. So it's arguably maybe Pearsall, maybe Ricky Pearsall does have to deal with an Ayuk, a Debo Samuel for at least next year. So that's interesting. I think then he definitely falls behind the guys that most of the guys that went in the second, the guys that of course went in the first. For an immediate impact sense, though, I mean, it is still the 49ers. It's an argument to be made. I mean, do you trust the opportunity, the potential meaningful targets by virtue of a quarterback that's been a distributor in a Brock Purdy, a guy in a Shanahan that, of course, can cook up an offense? Interesting. A receiver that they've never really had as a number 3 in the form of, maybe not Juwan Jennings maybe as a blocker, but a really decent pass catcher. All right, who do we have to the New York Jets kicking off round 3? And then my Eagles at pick 78 via the trade. At Eagles at 78 are our receiver team. They are a receiver team for sure. What exactly it means for that receiver's future, I don't think it's great. I've been mocking all along. I think mock draft wise, it's talking early third, which we're getting in that territory anyway. We're getting into that territory in early third round before the Eagles maybe even get to pick by virtue of running backs, receivers, a tight end maybe going in the beginning of this third round. I think this is going to be due for another run. Another run here. I think if the Jets go wide receiver here as a style, things of that Mike Williams, Garrett Wilson, I could see maybe Roman Wilson. I could see Malachi Corley would be a nice, I mean, almost a in a way branch extension of the run game. Brees Hall, I mean, you get quick fire screen slants. Malachi Corley, get the chains moving, pick up, eat up some yards. Rodgers, if he doesn't have a Mike Williams or obviously, of course, Garrett Wilson open down the field. Malachi Corley, that would be I could see that being the pick here. We'll see. God bless the USA. All right. Nice tribute to start the third round there on the draft stage. The pick is in though for New York, as it is for the Cardinals. So the Cardinals pick is in as well. I think look, running back, I just really think running back is in the cards for the Cards. No pun intended, as horrible as it sounds. DJ's talking about wide receiver. Yep, it's gotta be a receiver. It's gotta be. And there we go, Malachi Corley. There we go, Malachi Corley. It's interesting. Interesting. Braylon Edwards to select a receiver. That's funny. Malachi Corley. I like that. I like it. I like it. The Yak King. Yeah, the last 2 years, he's only behind the top three in this draft in receiving yards. That's something. That's saying something. That's a nice. Really like that for the Jets. I think he's really the wide receiver two long term. Next to a obviously Garrett Wilson there. Not really considering Mike Williams as a guy at least beyond Aaron Rodgers. His tenure there over the next year or two, which speaks to interesting with the Jets. I mean, getting possibly or not getting a future quarterback. Obviously the Zach Wilson trade. Obviously, it looked like it. I mean, it was never really Zach Wilson given the trade, and even getting Aaron Rodgers. I mean, by two trades now. So it's the Jets. When and if do they get the Aaron Rodgers replacement? Not saying it's this draft, but just the next several drafts off seasons. It's like, what exactly is going to be? What exactly is going to be? I mean, it's pure speculation. Who knows how long Aaron Rodgers decides to play for, how long he stays healthy, how long he decides to enter the race as a VP for RFK Jr. We'll see. We'll see. Cardinals here. I just think I've been calling it. I have been calling it. The Cardinals take Trey Benson. I, it's a clear running back spot. It's a clear running back spot, clear as day. They take him at the beginning of the third here. I love it. I like that a lot. I like it a lot. Connor is there, but it's just this year. It's just this year. Trey Benson, baby. All right. All right. The Chargers Marshawn Lloyd would be beautiful. Would love that. I think the Chargers, speaking of which, needed Dar with, Daniel Jeremiah, it's reminded me, he in a Path to the Draft special episode, he had Marshawn Lloyd on in studio with, Rhett Lewis, Bucky Brooks, and them, and he talked about, "Look, Marshawn Lloyd, you're my RB1, teams that you would be a fit for, you know, look, you're former running back coach at USC." Well, the former coach, well, my complete mind, you know what there. Marshawn Lloyd's running back coach at USC. He's now up in with the LA Chargers. So that would be quite a fit. Another really nice, I think, running back landing spot. Talking about Brees Hall for the comp for Trey Benson. That's a little bit lofty, but I part of me can see it. Part of me can see it. Trey Benson, I think a bigger guy who people overlook. I think he can be a pass catcher. I think he can be in fact a factor at least in third down in the early in his career. That offense looking mighty, mighty good for the Cardinals. Okay. Do the Commanders pick a receiver? They pick a tackle from TCU, although a guard. Okay. All right. Patriots and then Chargers. I think Patriots. Do we go another receiver? I wouldn't mind another receiver. I would not mind another receiver at all for Mr. Drake May. Do they go Jatavian Sanders? I think this is Jatavian Sanders' watch in this range as well. Look, the Chargers. The Chargers tight end. Obviously, you bring in a guy, Colby Parkinson. There's the Will Disley of the world. I think actually it might be Will Disley that's there, but I've confused those obscure Seattle tight ends and their landing spots and their movement. So, nonetheless, fantasy relevance in this third round. That's going to be the name of the game, I feel. Maybe a Brendan Rice. Brendan Rice in this range. Okay. This is a good commercial. At least it's a catchy commercial. Pick is in for the Chargers. They went physical. Do they go maybe on the defensive line here? You know, defensive line. Let's see some best availables. Oh, the Chargers are going Junior Colson, I think. Chargers Junior Colson, that guy, that linebacker is staring him right in the face. I think that's Junior Colson. I think it's Junior Colson here for sure. Junior Colson to the LA Chargers to pair up with, of course, Jim Harbaugh, his former coach. I think that just works out too good. It just works out way too good. And then Blake Corum, even. I mean, he's playing. Blake Corum has a part to play. Blake Corum has a part to play. Okay. Let's check. Let's do a little Twitter perusal here. Okay. Let's see. Mhm. The pick is in. Let's get a pick is in for the Giants. Why not? Let's do it. Come on, let's get crazy. Let's get crazy. Talking about third round pick, Kelsey, at the beginning of the third. Cooper Cup, third round pick. Certainly opportunities to get guys that could be meaningful players. Okay. Eagles potentially being able to pick a Peyton Wilson, a linebacker. Love that. Let's go defense, defense, defense. Okay. Okay. What do we got? What do we got? Hmm. The pick is in. Pick is in for the Patriots. Pick is in for the Giants. Let's go. Let's stack up these picks are and let's stack the picks, man. Maybe Jatavian Sanders. Special guests. Okay. Let's see. Who is the pick for the Patriots? Caden Wallace, Penn State tackle. Okay. All right. It's got to be Junior Colson here for the Chargers. Get his Michigan guy or Blake Corum. Either or would be incredible. Blake Corum, I think. Look, he gets right into the mid-second, late second conversation if he's the pick here. It's just that unbelievable touchdown trust. Look, Michigan and relative level is a lot different than now the Chargers in the NFL in that AFC West. Still, I think Blake Corum, it's a lot of opportunity, a lot of relevance. It's not going to be maybe 22 touchdowns on the ground, but it's something. Like the pick though, so trying to pass protect a Drake May. Got to do all you can. And all of a sudden, people are like, "Oh, wow, the Patriots, a sneaky good draft." Hmm. Thank you, Detroit. Yep. Yep. Junior Colson. Who could have guessed it? Who would have called it? Junior Colson. They're getting physical. They're getting tough in LA. Changing that entirely identity of finesse team to a powerful team. I respect it. Maybe you think Lyle McConkey isn't quite that, but he's a dog, man. He literally is a bulldog from from Georgia. Giants taking Spencer Rattler here. Would love me some Spencer Rattler here. Let's see. Okay. Giants going Spencer Rattler. That would be awesome if they go Spencer Rattler, man. Quarterback, potentially start sooner rather than later. Daniel Jones, injury two away, and then Malik Neighbors absolutely could be supported by Spencer Rattler. Let's go through the quarterbacks actually. Let's go through potential quarterback teams here in round three. We're talking about not the Falcons anymore. We're talking the Raiders. Ooh, Raiders at 77 or the Giants here at 70, as well as I would say the Seahawks at 81. Maybe the Rams, you could not really. I just wouldn't see they wouldn't pick him, I don't think. And then yep. Okay, so there's two. I would say there's two spots in this round. One right here for a potential Spencer Rattler. Very well possible. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, so it's been off. I going off what I said earlier. Look, it was offense with JJ McCarthy, and then it's been three defenders in a row. No Blake Corum yet, but I think it's bound to be possibly Blake Corum, Roman Wilson. That's an interesting prop. Anybody taking Blake Corum ahead of Roman Wilson draft capital right now? Interesting. Who are the Giants going? And Drew Phillips. Okay, corner. All right. All right. The New York Giants. So they went defensive back, defensive back. Newbin and Andrew Phillips there. So that's interesting. I think Malik Neighbors is going to be able to elevate the level of both of them. Just force them to play better. Okay. I think the Panthers are an interesting team at 72. Do they go protect Bryce Young? Do they go give him a receiver in the form of a tight end and a Jatavian Sanders? Possibly. Man, for some reason, I've got a gut instinct that the Raiders, man, connecting with, I mean, with the Spencer Rattler team, it's them or the Giants. I feel like it just feels like it. Isaiah Adams, tackle. Okay. All right, Panthers. What are we doing? So we had a couple guys kick off the round in terms of fantasy relevance. Now there's been a little bit of a run on non-offensive skill players. Cowboys, though, they've got to be right in the running there. They've got to be in the running. I could see them taking Troy Franklin. I could see them being a Troy Franklin team. Although I really want to see the Broncos, man. The Broncos getting him would be pair up with Joe Burrow. Or I was going to say Joe Burrow for a second. To pair up with Bo Nix would be really interesting. Really interesting. Okay. Okay. All right. Marshawn Lloyd. Cowboys could go Marshawn Lloyd there. That would be tough. I mean, Jalen Wright or Marshawn Lloyd. All right. What do we got? What do we got? Of course, the Cowboys are still on the clock. They just don't like to pick players or at least have any plan, it seems like, for who they want to pick. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. Cowboys, Broncos, Eagles are the three, I think, fantasy relevant type of teams in terms of receiver landing spots or running back with the Cowboys at least. Who Jerry Jones opts to take? I mean, who knows at this rate? Who in their right mind knows? Carolina Panthers is going to be Troy Vincent to make the pick. Is Troy Vincent going to announce the pick? When is the next running back that we see? When is it? Showing the last 10 picks. It's looking like maybe the receiver run's going to be end of day two. It started off. I mean, it's clear tiers forming, guys. Clear tiers are forming. All right. Bryce Young, fathead there. Those were the thing, man. Those were the absolute thing back in the day. You know, anybody get those like packs, those random packs? Those were so cool. So cool. Then you put them on your wall. Or, I mean, might as well put them on a computer. They're cool. Cool bet. All right. 72nd pick. NFL draft. Trevin Wallace. Third linebacker. Okay. All right. Backers on backs equal sacks. That's a fair point. The Cowboys pick is in. Oh my gosh. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Cowboys, they've got to go running back or receiver. They have to. Maybe they're celebrating because they said, "Oh, I was telling you we should have went him with our second round pick, 56." Maybe they get a guy that they wanted. Donna Pont, Cooper Beebe, an offensive lineman. All right. All right. First team All American. They got a player. I could see him being a guy that works out for the Cowboys. Falcons. Who will the Falcons go? Pick is in. Pick is in. Come on, let Bo Nix get his guy, Troy Franklin. Cowboys, they have a pick at 87. Okay, 87's got to be a running back. It's got to be a running back. Loving the pace now. Loving this pace. The Atlanta Falcons select Braylon Trice, linebacker, edge out of Washington. Good pick. I like him. Eagles looking like they're positioned to take a receiver. Roman Wilson, maybe. Okay. The Bears. The Bears. Do they sneaky running back team, maybe? Marshawn Lloyd? Craziness? Just look, I talked about DeAndre Swift, eerily similar physically to a Mr. Marshawn Lloyd. Does Caleb get his guy? Does Caleb get his guy? I don't think it would make too much sense, but who knows? The Raiders. Who do they after picking Bowers? I think they have two receivers. They've got basically Bowers as two B, one B, arguably. Brock Bowers. I feel like people are disrespecting the player in some sense that it's just such a gross reaction going to the Raiders. It's gross for Michael Mayer. It's not for Brock Bowers. It really was never going to be gross unless he went to the Detroit Lions, unless he went to the Kansas City Chiefs, but not really. I mean, given this is Kelsey's last year, unless he went to maybe the Vikings, unless he went to the Cardinals, unless he went to the Bills. But he didn't. He didn't. He went top 15. The Bears pick is in. The Broncos. Come on, I really want to see the Broncos. I'm not even a Troy Franklin guy. I just want to see that connection. If you get that receiver quarterback connection there, and look, Marvin Mims not really working out. I mean, Cortland Sutton's a nice bigger body, but Troy Franklin he's not a slouch compared to Marvin Mims. I mean, physically he's tall. I mean, I think a deep threat there. I mean, I think that would be a really nice, really really good fit for the Broncos. I just don't see why they would pass that up. They know Bo Nix. I mean, I feel like they got him. Looking, it's just speaking of which, I think with Drake May, at one point, they might decide to get Tez Walker. They already got Jalen Polk. I think they're different. They're both bigger guys, though, but I think Tez Walker could be more of that deep down the field for threat. They've got, look, a Pop Douglas there already. I think that would be a really nice, intriguing trio there. Kendrick Bourne, even recovering from injury. All of a sudden, guys, don't sleep on him, man. Don't sleep on him. It's eerily reminiscent to me in ways of the Houston Texans. I think the upper echelon comp for a Jalen Polk arguably is a Nico Collins of sort. I think that's the high end. I don't think he maybe reaches that, but that's in a way, it's just the profiles. What they're assembling is it's you gotta respect it. At least how what it means for Drake May, who the Patriots do not have a pick again in this round. Okay. Do they maybe make a trade up though? Do they make a trade up? I would interested in that. Or look at the beginning of day 3 tomorrow. Tez Walker could see it. I could see it. Other combinations. Brendan Rice for the Bears here. Taj Washington really later, I think would be. I know Brett Coleman's talked that up. That would be interesting. Other picks. Cornelius Johnson at some point to the Vikings. Obviously, JJ's there. Jalen McMillan to the Falcons at a certain point. Possibly. You've got Jane Daniels guys are gone. That's for sure. Best available players. So he's got one more in this top 50. He's got Peyton Wilson. Man, if the Eagles get Peyton Wilson, dude, I'm going crazy. Going crazy. I think Roman Wilson, though. Roman Wilson looks set to be picked very soon. Okay. All right. Talking about the Bears' defensive side of the ball. Makes sense. Talking specifically about Jalix Hunt. All right. Chicago Bears. Trolling the stage a little bit. Kieran Omega DJ or Karan Amagaji. Okay. Come on, Troy Franklin to the Broncos here. Let's do it. Let's do it. Okay. Broncos pick is in. The Denver Broncos. What the grittying? Whittly grit. Tony Scheffler. Speaking of receivers, is it going to be Troy Franklin? Troy Franklin, come on. Jonah Ellis. Jonah Ellis. Texans trade with the Eagles. Okay, trade back. Eagles, we pick up a pick. We pick up a decent pick. Texans trade. Let's go. Eagles pick up, they go 8 spots back, but they get a top 125, 123rd overall. Let's go. Howie Roseman, baby. Come on. Come on. Wheeling and dealing. Like that trade back a ton. They go ahead of the Cardinals here. Ahead of the Bengals. Receiver, maybe? The Raiders. Who are the Raiders picking? Running back could be here, guys. Blake Corum, maybe? Blake Corum, possibly? Jalen Wright? Marshawn Lloyd? Nah. Delmar Glaze. Glazing. All right. Receivers are just not going. They're just not going. I think this might be receiver. This might be receiver for the Texans, honestly. Might be receiver. I want to see the Seahawks go Spencer Rattler. I want to see the Seahawks get Rattler. Houston. What are we doing, Houston? What are we doing, Houston? Houston, do we have a problem or do we have a functional, fantasy relevant player? Okay. Texans, Cardinals, Bengals, Seattle Seahawks, Indianapolis Colts, the LA Rams, the Pittsburgh Steelers, the Cleveland Browns. A lot of options, though, I think, for receiver with the Steelers, with the Browns, arguably, with the Bengals, of course. And then right here, I'm curious to see who. Let me see some best available lists. Is it a linebacker? Is it TJ Tampa? I know people like him a lot. Is it Cedric Gray? Jaden Hicks? Do they go with Jatavian Sanders, although they just signed Dalton Schultz? I can't even speak. Who will get top 100 draft capital? That's the question. I think the theme is look, your second round picks, early, mid have value. We're kind of reaching maybe a cutoff in some respect, but maybe not because running back, especially, we'll see where they go. Frosted animal cookies and then brownie batter. Frosted animal cookies sounds sort of intriguing. It just might be crazy enough. Okay. Coming up. Let's go, Houston. Okay. Brock Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant, talking about Caleb Williams, the Mr. Irrelevant of this draft. That's funny. All right. What do we got going on here? What do we got going on? The Houston Texans select Blake Cool. Imagine. Imagine. Colts traded up above. Let's see. Kalen Bullock. All right. Safety. That makes sense. D'Amico Ryan's defensive help. Play him as a nickel. Press man corner. Okay. Hmm. All right. Colts. Let's see, Colts. All right, the Colts. All right. Zaire Franklin. Let's go. Zaire back to announce. The Indianapolis Colts. Pittsburgh, man. All right. Interest. Pretty decent pick. Help protect either AR, pave some way for Jonathan Taylor. Decent. Decent. Like the pick. 3 sacks allowed on 900. Wow. Okay. They have a written notes of all the picks. Huh. Oh, that's somebody in the crowd. TJ Ushmanzada. We talking receiver? Receiver to announce a receiver? That would be interesting. Roman Wilson? Why not Roman Wilson here? Oh, wow. Jermaine Burton. Jermaine Burton. Wow. Interesting. There he goes into the end of your seconds. Wow. End of your second, early third. Jermaine Burton to the Bengals. Intriguing. Okay. All right. Maybe the long-term wide receiver too. After T. Higgins is gone. I mean, you gotta like it. Another nice spot. Nice spot. You got a Joe Burrow throwing it to you. Okay. All right. Okay. When do we see another running back? That's the big question here. I don't think it's Surely it can't be Seattle. Cannot be Seattle. There's no way. There's just no way it's Seattle. Seeing the over under 700 yards for Rome Odunze rookie year. I'm hammering the over. Hammering. Hammering the over. All right, let's check. Okay. What do we got going on? What do we got? So that's the next receiver. That's all. That's over Troy Franklin, over Roman Wilson, over a host of guys. It's interesting. Let's see. When does a receiver, when does a running back go next? That's a big question. What's going on with the NBA? Let's get an NBA checkup. Mavericks about to go up, maybe 2-1. Then the T Wolves and the Suns, man, the Suns. Any ball watchers or ball knowers out there? What do you think of the Suns? I mean, I haven't really caught up or been watching too much as I should normally, but man, the Suns, all those players and what comes of it? What comes of it? If you get swept, imagine getting swept in the first round by the Wolves. And they have their own ownership. They've got their own ownership thing going on with Alex Rodriguez. Okay. Missouri City, Texas. The Seattle Seahawks are proud to select. Let's see who they pick. Any Washington connections? Washington possibilities here. Not sure. The Emerald Jaguars, female flag football team. Emerald, what does that say? Emerald Hope? Emerald Ridge. Okay. 81st pick. Christian Haynes, UConn. That's a good pick. I think a solid pick. All right. Arizona led off the round. A nice Trey Benson pick. Clearly not going to be in play here for another running back. Another receiver. I don't think so. Tight end. No. We'll see. I think the Rams could be a tight end team. They could very well be a tight end team. Steelers receiver team. I think the Browns a receiver or running back team, and then the Eagles a receiver team. Then it's the Cowboys as a running back team. All right. Pick is in for the Cardinals. Donna Pont back on the podium. Tip Ryman, they go tight end. Wow. I just said no tight end. Wow. Wow. Tip Ryman, 82nd. That's the first kind of head scratcher, I think. That's a head scratching pick. Tip Ryman. Tip Ryman. Doesn't believe in birds, but he's going to the Cardinals. That's something. That's something. Tip Ryman. When they've got Trey McBride. Wow. Oh my gosh. The Rams pick Gleek. Wow, the Rams go Kyron Williams at a Kyron Williams addition with Blake Corum here. Mm, wow. Okay. Wow. Blake Corum. So, look, I think body types are kind of similar. I think Kyron Williams, I think they spell Kyron Williams a bit with Blake Corum. I think Blake Corum could have a role. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Interesting. Hmm. Okay. Doug Martin comp. Been saying it, man. Been saying it. Doug Martin, they agree with the comp. Okay. Blake Corum. Kyron Williams. It's interesting. I don't think it's totally done for Kyron Williams. I think look, he's gonna have a role. Blake Corum will have a role. I think people overlook Kyron Williams. Look, if he's healthy and he doesn't miss those 3 games in the middle of the year, but he has a reduced role, I think he still ends up as an RB1 in fantasy. You know, he loses maybe a point, loses a touchdown here and there, but Blake Corum, man, it's interesting. It's not. It's tough because in this day and age, everything's a committee. Everything is a committee. You think about Blake Corum, a competent addition. A, it doesn't maybe purely have to be negative in a certain way. If you think of Kyron Williams, if it makes him healthier, if it makes him maybe he doesn't miss a game or two additional in the course of a season. So it's interesting. I think he had Kyron Williams had an insane, untenable workload. Not to say he can't be efficient, not to say he can't still be dangerous. And then here we go. Steelers pick a receiver, Roman Wilson. I like this is interesting for Roman Wilson. I think, man, this could be really interesting. I think in some ways, maybe Tyler Lockett to Russell Wilson. This is interesting. I like it. I like it. I like Roman Wilson a lot. I like Roman Wilson to the Steelers here. Really do. Really like that. Another back to back Michigan again. Rich Eisen's just going crazy with these Michigan guys. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Jaden Reed comp, interesting. But Steelers, man, Steelers got a guy. And I think he could be the more volume player compared to a George Pickens. I mean, a volume guy in a sense that arguably reminiscent of what Deontay Johnson had provided to them. So this is a nice fit, another receiver landing spot that's nice. The question is, Justin Fields, if and when I'm more of the when camp, when Justin Fields takes over, who does he support? And I think who, in terms of one receiver in that room, just looking at his skill set, looking at historically with him, is it going to be George Pickens or is it going to be Roman Wilson? I think maybe it's Roman Wilson. We'll see. We will see. Nice pick here, though. I like this spot. And wow, check the logs of this. I was saying a little draft prop. This was like 20 picks ago. Little prop. Who goes first? Corum or Wilson? Corum over Wilson, maybe? And look here, they go back to back. NFL, man, they've wiretapped the stream, I think. Eagles coming up. Do the Eagles take a Troy Franklin, maybe? Do the Browns take a receiver here? I'd be interested to see. The Eagles traded back again, though. The Eagles traded back once again. Huh. What's the trade details? I want to see what the trade details are here if they're on the board. 85. That's the end. That'll be the end right there with the so it's got to be at the beginning of day 3 pick. The Eagles maybe got another day 3 pick to go trade back to early day 3 to get another day 3 pick. It's got to be the case. So would have liked to see who the Eagles pick, but look, it them trading back, it actually deflects the potential, I think, chaos or really the hit to a potential receiver like a Troy Franklin, a hit to a Tez Walker, possibly a hit in the sense that I mean like a tank in their upside and their value. As if, look, we're in the middle of day 2, so what you can argue what back and forth, what is it really? But they survive, and another one survives an Eagles landing spot, I think, so to speak, by the Eagles trading back here. I just want to see. I just want to see who it's for in terms of the Eagles trade package. Who is it going to be? Come on, what are we looking at? What's the trade details? And then San Francisco? Like a triple trade. This was a trade to a trade to then a trade again. Oh, no, the Eagles are up in a little bit. The Eagles are gonna make a pick soon. Okay, I guess I missed that. What is this trade? Show the trade graphic. Come on. What do we got going? Smarter picks. Well, what are the picks that the Eagles are getting in the picks that apparently the Colts trading all every which way? Oh no, it was never the Colts. I guess they just really oddly put the Colts there for some reason on the clock. I don't get it because it's Eagles have traded with the Colts. They've gotten pick 94 and pick 132 again. So okay, I'm fine with that. Another 8 pick trade, but they get another fringe, top 125, top 132 pick. I'll take it. I'll take it all day. That's so weird though. I'm thinking it's a glitch, or maybe it wasn't a glitch. Maybe somebody put the Colts there not by accident. It's weird. It's still on NFL.com. Was there some last second deal that trumped this? I don't know. And then another Michigan player. They're just doing a show for the Lions. It's rigged. NFL, they're doing something. Goodell put the call in. He said it's got to be Michigan. It's got to be a show for these guys. All right. All right. So we're 94, 95, 96, 97, 98. So we got till pick 100. We've seen let's evaluate. I mean, Tip Ryman is the big shock. You've got a Trey McBride already. It's interesting. Let me see. So let's evaluate. Let's reference start of the round. We had one receiver, running back, so that's two. And then we go third in Jermaine Burton, fourth in Tip Ryman, fifth in Corum, sixth in Wilson. So before this round is done, I expect another four fantasy relevant players, and then we're talking, look, into your mid third round. And then it's a bunch of day three to round out your third and your fourth of your super flex or your non-super flex drafts, whatever format you play. For super flex for me, it's just the quarterback value. You gotta have it. Gotta have it. It's a must. It's a must. But all right. The 49ers. A guard from Kansas. All right. Okay. Dallas here. Dallas. Let's get a Dallas running back. Come on. Dallas running back, Marshawn Lloyd. As much as it pains me to say, look, he's I think is the best we're there. It would be a foolproof pick. I mean, honestly, maybe if them bringing Zeke back means they go Jalen Wright, get a really dynamic pass catcher. But between the two, Jalen Wright, Marshawn Lloyd, one of them's got to go here, I think. One of them goes to the Dallas Cowboys. Pick is in for the Cowboys for once. The pick is actually in. They made a pick and they didn't mull it for 18 years. It's got to be running back. It's got to be running back. Has to be running back for the Cowboys. It's got to be. Jalen Wright or Blake Corum, or not Blake Corum anymore. Jalen Wright or Marshawn Lloyd. You've got to pick. You've got your pick of two. I mean, how can you mess it up here? By going maybe a receiver, maybe Troy Franklin. Could see that. I think the Buccaneers are an interesting team for running back as well coming up. Oh, it's interesting. It goes there's two Green Bay picks and then two Buccaneers picks. So does Green Bay get weird with one of their picks in terms of offensively? Cardinals obviously already addressed running back, addressed receiver at the top of the draft, top five. Obviously Marv there. Pretty much what everybody assumed for now, forever. Baltimore, I feel like could go receiver. Very possible. All right. What about the puck? What's going on in terms of the puck, NHL? Jets and the Avs. All right. Canucks. Okay. All right. Oilers and the Kings. Does McDavid get a ring this year? Franklin, Brendan Rice, Javon Baker, Tez Walker. They all got to go top 100. It feels like, or they're capable of, but they're gonna maybe it's the depth that look the tiers formed and then it just leaks in. This is the run effectively gets delayed. Come on, if we get Peyton Wilson, we come on. Cowboys, it's gotta be running back. Nope. Maris, Leofau. They don't go running back again. Cowboys, what are we doing? Is it prime Zeke season? Look, I think Tampa picks a running back, and it's going to be bad for. Look, we talk about Kyron Williams and Blake Corum. I think it's going to be potentially worse though for Rashad White. I mean, he had that incredible year. I mean, it was so much volume driven though compared to the efficiency that he had. We'll see. Oh, he's Puka Nakua's cousin. Of course he is. Oh man, the Cowboys. If they get lucky, they get lucky off of bloodlines. Oh my god. Here we go. The Cowboys had a chance. You can blame the Cowboys for this. Blame the Cowboys for this. Marshawn Lloyd goes to the Green Bay Packers. Jeez. You've got Josh Jacobs there, but Josh Jacobs, it is a hollow, really shallow, inflated 1-year deal. There is that. And they brought back AJ Dillon though too. It's interesting. Really, really interesting. But the upside is just not quite there. So I think it's a third round pick for me, and it's a third round pick. I mean, they are talking about though Aaron Jones esque. Aaron Jones, Ian Rappaport's talking about Spencer Rattler. All right. Tyke Smith. Okay. All right, we're on and getting toward the end here. Just waiting for a Cowboys to pick a running back. I mean, man, I just would have if only Marshawn Lloyd, if just even if he went right here to the Bucks, I would have liked that a lot. Ugh, compared to the Packers, I feel like, but maybe it's just a draft overreaction right now. Plug and play nickel. All right. Cardinals. Well, we know running back, receiver, not really going to be there. But I think, look, the Ravens and the Eagles, two good offenses, but I don't think great spots necessarily. Maybe a little bit of a hot take, but then look, maybe the Buffalo Bills, they possibly go and get a receiver. Wow, they've already made a lot of picks. 6 picks already. Oh, wait, they went back to back Illinois players. All right. Spencer Rattler. If he goes to the Bucks, that would be interesting. Honestly. Looking down the board here, though, I would like the Rams for Rattler, given you go Stafford another year or two. We'll see. All right. Packers, the pick is in. What do we do in Green Bay? No way you can take another running back, so Jalen Wright's at least surviving, potentially thriving if he goes to Honestly, look, he's similar to Rashad White, so that the Bucks would be a little bit redundant, I think. Speculating my Eagles. Look, Jeremiah Trotter Jr., possibly. But Peyton Wilson, though. Peyton Wilson. I mean, it's just add him to the stable of guys that fall in the draft incredibly compared to where they should go. Daniel Jeremiah said, look, another first round type guy. N'Kobe Dean fell. We picked up him up. Let's get Peyton Wilson. Why not? So, yeah, it's Spencer Rattler. Waiting to hear his name called. Jalen Wright, Jalen McMillan, Troy Franklin, Brendan Rice, Javon Baker, Tez Walker, Malik Washington, Johnny Wilson. A lot of guys waiting to be picked. Javian Sanders, Gade Stover, Tanner McLaughlin. There's a few guys. A few guys. All right. Packers low key cooking. They're low key cooking. Tyron Hopper. All right. Now it's a little bit of a speed zone, I think. Three potential fantasy players go here. The Bucks, the Ravens, and the Eagles. And then look, the Ravens, or not the Ravens, the Buffalo Bills. Then the Rams and the Commanders. The Commanders still haven't picked a receiver. A mock I did look, or a mock, yeah, the mock most recently, Jamari Thrash at pick 100. Maybe he goes exactly pick 100 to the Commanders. Okay. Hey, Caleb, how's it going? How we doing? Watching the draft degenerately, talking about each pick, fantasy relevance. Keep grinding. You know it. You already know. Jalen McMillan goes. What do you think of Jalen McMillan goes to the Bucks? Okay, somebody finally goes to the Bucks, and it's not a running back; it's a receiver. That's a sneaky good fit. I think it's a sneaky look. You've got, of course, Mike Evans. You've got Chris Godwin there, but it's interesting. It's interesting. I know he's a guy a lot of people like in McMillan. I've been a Polk guy over McMillan in terms of the Jalen wide receivers. We've got Ravens and the Eagles. So two teams, I guess, actually with Baltimore. I mean, if you consider Bateman a wide receiver too, I don't at this point. I mean, it's wide receiver two for Baltimore, possibly. Just sold Godwin for Downs. Playing risky, but feel good with this pick. I think you have to. You have to feel good. Although it's interesting because I mean, you've got McMillan going in there. Maybe maybe there's a route to he kind of takes over as the number two ish for Tampa Bay. But I think Adonai Mitchell takes over as the number two ish, bona fide number two. I think with Michael Pittman Jr. there in Indianapolis. So Josh Downs, maybe he's a really good slot though. He could really, I mean, talk about the reports this time of year after the week's month after. It's like, oh my God, Josh Downs. He was forming a special connection with a Mr. Anthony Richardson from the same, obviously, draft class. We didn't get to see that really live out. But hey, to your point, who's to say that chemistry couldn't have built over the course of a year one and then turn into some meaningful fantasy points and have a Josh Downs be valued much highly than relatively than he is at this point after his rookie year. I think that's also that's an important thing with these guys that get drafted. We're playing dynasty at the end of the day, and so it's like good time to buy a player like a Josh Downs. You might as well buy him while he's relatively low right now. Because depending on how the year one goes, if it doesn't go awesome, but if it goes just mediocre and they make a relative impact and they prove something to the team that drafted them at the spot they did on a mid late day two, early day three, then for a lot of these guys, obviously tomorrow. Who's to say the role it's not linear, but who's to say their role they don't emerge as a bigger contributor in that year too? Right. And that's, I mean, that's dynasty. I feel like that's dynasty in a nutshell in some ways. I mean, guys like Kyron Williams this past year, although now he's got Blake Corum. We'll see. We'll see. All right. So their pick is in. My Eagles are on the clock. I think the Eagles are picking a receiver. I think we are, unless it's a linebacker here. We'll see. Ravens, Bills, maybe double dip at receiver. I mean, it sounds weird in the class, but why not? At a certain point, why not? The Bills lost two. They lost their top two. So why not pick it? Why not pick one here? They went with a Keon Coleman, who I love. Keon Coleman. I feel like have disrespected him. Keon Coleman is certainly going to be in play at your 110, 11, 12 in your rookie drafts. Higher, obviously, if it's only one QB. You're talking about Keon Coleman plus potentially, let me see, let me just gauge again. Keon Coleman and I guess Troy, yeah, Troy Franklin. I would really Malik Washington would actually be really sneaky here. I think Malik Washington to the Bills. Very interesting. Very interesting. I think I could see the stylistic fit there. A smaller, they get a bigger guy, they get a smaller guy, but a guy that could really, I think, dominate in the slot. In the Bills, I mean, Curtis Samuel, I know he's there, but are we really relying on Curtis Samuel to have a significant, meaningful role? Haloti Nada making the pick once again. Adisa Isaac. They love their Penn State guys. Love Penn State. Or am I thinking Michigan? Maybe just the Big Ten in general. They like Big Ten players. I'm sure Harbaugh to Harbaugh, some heart to heart there. Philadelphia Eagles back on the clock. And I like the Ravens dodging, picking a receiver. I like that. I like what it means, honestly. Or no, yeah, no, yeah, I'm not confusing it. Odafe Owe. Odafe Owe, formerly Jason Owe. He was a Penn State Nittany Lion there. I'm thinking of the guy that David Ajabo. I'm thinking of David Ajabo, who went to the Ravens as well, but for that he's the Michigan player, of course. Of course. The pick is in. The Eagles are making a pick. Who would have bet? Who would have guessed that? Peyton Wilson. Oh my God, is he leaking? Okay, he's talking about Peyton Wilson. He's talking about an. He's talking about Peyton Wilson doesn't even have an ACL in a knee. Okay. Okay. Wow. Okay. Jalix Hunt. All right, an edge rusher. Let's go. All right, I like it. Let's do it. Burst, change of direction, versatility, music to my ears, DJ. Thank you very much. So what do we got? Are we going to beat the buzzer? The Bills double dipping at receiver here would be great. The Rams potentially going receiver. I'm looking at the Commanders going receiver. I'm just staring right at them. All right, what do we have day 4? Let's just get a refresher here at the beginning of day 4. I will be live again. Round 4, day 3. I mean, if I butchered that. Panthers, Seahawks, Patriots, Cardinals, Chargers, Titans, Giants, Vikings, Falcons, Patriots again. So Patriots, 2 early opportunities. I'm looking at Tez Walker with one of these picks for the Patriots. I think that would be awesome. Then we're looking at Raiders, early Raiders potential Rattler pick. I would love that. And the Eagles got those picks early in that middle end of the third. All right. Fourth. Okay. Okay, I think Rappaport's talking about, let me see. Didn't entertain any of Debo or Ayuk trade offers today. We are happy with our wide receiver group. More than happy. We're thrilled with it, and it thrilled to add Ricky to make it stronger. Yes, Ricky Pearsall was wide receiver 3. The end of the set. I know it was a first round pick, but I think it's end of the second round for his dynasty value. I think that's just where we're at. I think that's where we're at. Talked about, look, in previous scenarios where he went top 50, he went 50th to my Eagles. Pushing him down that same conversation. Oilers scored. Okay. What do we got? MLB action. Okay. Does a Troy Franklin get selected day 2? Does he? I think one receiver beats the buzzer here. I think one receiver beats the buzzer. And then I think the floodgates open on day 3. I think day 3 is oftentimes teams just say, screw it. We'll go with guys that look, receivers can be special teams players. And then with this new kickoff rule, we'll see. Okay. Final 5. Final 5 down the stretch, guys. How many wide receivers, how many running backs? It's just one. I just see the Commanders as a receiver team to beat the buzzer here. And then I think the Rams, though, as well could be seen as a receiver team. These picks, these 3, do not see it. Do not see it. If the Bengals were to go receiver, for example, somehow, I think that would signal maybe T. Higgins traded. Okay. Pick is in. Lost Jawan Taylor. Clint Story pick for losing Jesse Bates. Okay. Okay. Pick is in. You can't even. Jerry and Jones. Okay. Overall rank 235. Jesus. Hmm. Saying, okay, he's going to be a nickel. Okay. Almost through the end of the day two of the NFL draft. It's kind of crazy. It's already come and gone. The first two thirds showing Tony Khan. That guy looks ridiculous because he's an AEW part owner. I guess he rest. It ain't even the WWE, little bro. What are you doing? Okay. Steelers pick is in. Okay. It's got to be. I feel like a receiver goes here at the end of the round. A receiver or two go at the end of the round. McKinley Jackson, the A&M DT. Okay. All right. Guys to watch on day three. I'm looking where Jacob Cowing goes. Looking for where McCaffrey, Jamari Thrash, Taj Washington, Jaquan Jackson. I'm looking at running backs. I'm looking at Tyrone Tracy, Isaiah Davis in particular. And then tight end, Jatavian Sanders. Is he not even a top 100 pick? I could see him going to the Rams possibly, and then the Commanders go receiver. Okay. Man, if Troy Franklin goes out of day two, even, not going to say I was not saying I outright called it. I mean, I've always been consistently seen him as a day two type of guy, but as someone that's relatively low, I'm not victory lapping. I'm just saying things that you, at a certain point, if you just follow college football and it's not purely a game of box scores, I'm not an expert. I'm just a guy that likes playing fantasy football, as I know you guys do, playing Dynasty, sickos watching the draft, all picks of it. Due diligence, engagement, it gets you farther than you think. Okay. What what are we gonna see to end this after we've got the Rams on the clock, and then we've got Commanders, Mr. Irrelevant of day two. Still very relevant, a top 100 player in the draft. I think the story, we've got four running backs off the board, two spots that I really like. The other two, I mean, at a certain point, there's guys that are there. With the Panthers, I mean, there were two guys in Hubbard, Miles Sanders. I mean, a split committee there for obviously last year, even with Hubbard before. And then it's Benson. I mean, look, there's talk about older guys, James Conner, and then Jacobs in the end of his prime, I think. And he only got really 1 year guaranteed. So we're talking about guys that look, if you sleep on him at the end of your second, sleep on him in your early thirds, but you take him in your early thirds, and there's real upside and real relevancy gains to be had there. Blake Corum handcuffing Kyron Williams. I mean, it's a good offense. And handcuffing, I think, look, Kyron Williams, such an insane usage that you just spell him for a little bit. And maybe it means he's healthy. Maybe it means he produces actually a similar degree of points as he did last year. It's just actually spread out. So the average points maybe goes down. But, if he stays healthier and he still finishes, as a top 10 running back. And I think Blake Corum, if that offense is humming, a guy that gets touchdowns, and maybe it's not gonna be as insane as, the 20 he gets at Michigan in a given year, but maybe he gets 8, 9, 10. It's possible. I feel like it's possible with a Blake Corum. It's just running back. It's just not the easiest to take at face value. can be somewhat, I feel like, disgusting with trying to analyze landing spot. But a lot can change too. A lot can change movement with players, trades, incumbents that are there, so to speak, right? I mean, you think of even like a Brees Hall, DeAndre Swift previously, guys that get picked even in the in the second round, more like Jonathan Brooks equivalent, but with Jonathan Brooks, Sanders, Hubbard, it's a new regime, so a lot going for him in that sense. Just really curious to see how high. I mean, Jalen Wright. I mean, Jalen Wright seemingly not going day two. That's a little bit surprising, I think. Guys that he was kind of everybody's favorite sleeper running back, or not sleeper anymore, because rise throughout the pre-draft process. A guy that Tennessee, a guy that can certainly pass catch. When they showing Jim Harbaugh doing a Michigan fight song, he just had to get Junior Colson. Wow, the Steelers go Peyton Wilson, the guy that doesn't even have an ACL in one of his knees. Wow. Nice pick by the Steelers, though. He's somehow going to find a way to stay healthy. Kiko Alonso comp. Kiko Alonso. I remember my Eagles making a trade. The Bills, him, Shady. That was a weird trade. Peak Chip Kelly era. My God. And to think Howie Roseman stayed through, survived it. Now he's cooking like this in drafts. Oh, my goodness. All right, Rams Commanders, possibly two fantasy relevant players. Possibly two fantasy relevant players here. DJ keeps hyping up Peyton Wilson, the production. Huh. He's talking about Hines Ward didn't have an ACL in one of the. That's interesting. That's really interesting for a guy that had a story career as he had. And that's what they actually go back to back Wilsons. Peyton Wilson after Roman Wilson for the Steelers. That's interesting. So Rams. Who we going here? Rams Commanders. Give us some fantasy relevant players. Why don't you? Let's go Jatavian Sanders. Let's go Jamari Thrash. Round out the third round here. 2024 NFL Draft. The Los Angeles Rams. Spencer Rattler. Cam Kinchens. All right. A safety, a Miami safety. Let's get a guy to Hunter. Let's come on, Commanders. You got Jaden Daniels. You didn't pick a wide receiver yet. You got him a Ben Sinnott, but he's more of a, compared to a Kyle Juszczyk. Let's go get a wide receiver for Jaden Daniels. Be number two next to Terry McLaurin, a guy that can at least compete right away against a Jahan Dotson in that offense. Okay. All right. Washington Commanders, and then it picks back up. Obviously, the Panthers, Seahawks, Patriots could be. I'm looking Patriots going Tez Walker. I want to see Tez Walker to the Patriots start of day three. Drake May reunion. They got Drake May throwing the ball to Keon Coleman and Tez Walker. You got to do that. It's the Patriots. I just betting man. If I'm betting that they pick a receiver with either 103, 110 tomorrow. So who do the Commanders opt to end tonight to end day two with? So shout out to everybody and anyone that tuned in at any point. Real one, thank you. The support a lot means a lot more than you think it does. Truly. So to spend some of your time here with this guy, I don't know why you do it, but I appreciate it. Thank you for it nonetheless. So trying to help provide some dynasty insight. We're going to be doing tomorrow, day 3, live streaming, the duration of that. Then we're going to be doing mock drafts. Next week we'll do a live stream or two doing startup mocks, I guess more rookie mocks. Making sense of all these players. Luke McCaffrey, the receiver to go with Jaden Daniels. Sneaky pick. Luke McCaffrey. We want a receiver. We got a receiver at the end of day 2. That's sneaky. I like that. Totally different from a Jahan Dotson. Total different body type, totally different skill set. I think he could be a nice receiver too. That's I like that. I like ending today with that. Obviously, he's got the bloodlines. Wow. Luke McCaffrey, pick 100 of day 2. I'll take it. I'll take it for fantasy relevancy. And it still leaves, look, yeah, it still leaves a Troy Franklin, Javon Baker, Malik Washington, Tez Walker, Brendan Rice. A lot of guys still on the board at running back. Jalen Wright, Braylon Allen, Bucky Irving. I know that shout out to the NFL Stock Exchange guy, Audric Estime fell from number one overall. How many running backs go? That's going to be there's going to be 250 plus picks tomorrow. Should be really fun. Or 150 to get to 257, whatever number it is. Out of those 150 picks, I mean, I think we're going to be talking 20, 25. I would say 25 potential receivers, running backs, tight ends. I think Spencer Rattler, I think he's got to go early on day 3 tomorrow. Seahawks, the Raiders, I look at as potential landing spots. Maybe it's a shock team, but we'll see. With that being said, guys, have a great rest of your night. I will see you tomorrow. Have a good one.